And we're live. This is not working. Where's that? We are live from Out of Reach, just out of reach, as requested by Thankonomics. It's a 4-show The Running Out of Space tour, named by Rosen. Hey to Golden X221, Amber on Andromeda, Muchamas, Pierre, Rosen, Staffy, Amaj, J1W2T3. You don't understand what's going on this channel? I don't either. But if you have any specific questions, we probably could answer it. But in the general, what's going on, I have no idea. I can't answer that. But welcome. And Thankonomics is here. Soda. Muty makes me lose controls here. Triple vaccinated Mole is here. Call me Kixie's here. Light Lord Steve. The Bad Backs. Kay is here. And Visidunis. Let's see. Oh, it is Staffy's birthday. Happy birthday, Staffy. Back of a specific question. Who are you, the real kid doesn't wear logo shirts? I made this shirt a long time ago. So I'm allowed to, yeah, no one's gonna sue me. I mean, the person in the photograph could, I guess, but they're a friend of mine, so I don't think they're gonna give me a hard time. I didn't mean to wear it. I just forgot that I had it on because it's pretty threadbare at this point. His kid's okay with logos if the logos he made, yeah. But I don't know, even I debate it, Thankonomics, even that. Sometimes I think, do I want people, while I'm playing music, even looking at that? Do I want to, even if it's public domain artwork, do I want people, I don't know. Although I do have a light show, which is pretty distracting, so. Let's see. What does it say at the bottom? It says heliotrope. Heliotrope. The tide was still far away. Let's see. Maybe I should have named myself Heliotrope instead of ETC Kid. Let's see. But as the hours passed, the tide turned around. Call me Kix, this is the White Show for Survive, it's cool. Yeah, I came of age in the 90s when it was all about wearing ironic t-shirts from thrift stores. So I definitely would, when I was just playing rock clubs at that age, I definitely had things on my shirt, but it was stuff from like 20 years before, some random t-shirt for I don't know, like the the locally sponsored Pee Wee baseball team in Des Moines, Iowa. I didn't actually have that shirt, but now I want it. Am I ill? No. No, I made the shirt. That's why I can wear it. I made it a long time ago. I've worn it a few times on the show over the years.
There was a note there, a phrase here, and though it was different, to the crocodile king it became clear.
It was one of these talking songs. Hey, Jazzy. Oh, you remember that, Muty? Man, your memory. Cheerful Cherry Farm. Yeah, that was one of my favorites. Yeah, I like that one a lot.
When the river had sung her songs.
Yeah, I wore that one sincerely. I think I still have it somewhere. Can't believe Muty remembered that. I haven't worn it on the show, and I mean, did I ever wear it on the show? Did I forget?
But now,
Let's see.
back in the ocean,
Oh, I just showed it once? Okay.
in her home,
I think there was one time I wore a shirt inside out
and she knows
because I was out of shirts, and you could see the logo through, I think. I'm sure there's a show or two where I forgot and wore logo shirts, I'm sure. Maybe at the beginning I wasn't as strict as I am now.
there was a choir of voices, duets and trios, ensembles.
Meaty says I have remember when it comes to happy things, sad things, I can ban in my brain really fast, like the past month. Yeah.
The crocodile king
Well, that's a useful skill.
could almost see that river
Let's see. What am I doing? Oh yeah.
moving about in the way.
Hey, eating salsa.
I'll miss you. The
I don't know. I don't know if my memory is good or bad. Well, I mean, relatively speaking, in terms of. I think I just do not spend much energy trying to remember stuff. So it seems like I don't remember much.
sparkled off.
I've just got so much busyness in the present.
Lapping against the sand rocks.
But there is something to be said of,
He could hear that river.
rocking in a rocking chair and reflecting.
He could hear that river talk.
Someday I'll be relaxed and chill and
More words
I'll sip tea and rock in a rocking chair and reflect
as the river's
backwards on my life.
goodbye.
Probably not, but it sounded good. First request ever. Amber Andromeda's got a drum fill and a drum loop and a sound. MK is a drum fill and a drum loop. And I'm not sure if you manually requested those, but if you're wondering why they're there, when you followed, if you followed, you randomly got some requests. Pieces for me, it's not about trying, it just happens. Remember certain things from 10 years ago, like yesterday. It's love-hate relationship I have with it. Yeah. I mean, I suppose I'm the same way. I mean, obviously, I've told stories on the show, so I do have some memory. But I think it's usually something in the present, right? Activates it. There's a connection. Suddenly, that part of my brain opens up again. Oh, I ate a big child. Did I say I had a big child? Pete Mouse is here. User McName. 18-month sub, thank you. I think when I'm in the van and living in the desert, I mean, I already live in the desert, but even more so in the desert, we'll have streams, the sunset streams, and I'll play guitar, or maybe off the roads, just outside. None of the loops, none of that nonsense. 100% just live, telling stories with little musical accompaniment in the background as the sun fades out and leaves us in darkness. Media player fade out, okay. Muty says, whenever I feel sad, I just think there has to be some poor sucker out there who is worse than me. So man up and eat your veggies, I say to myself. Don't you hate vegetables, Muty? Haven't you? Is it you who said you didn't like vegetables? Who is it that doesn't like vegetables? I feel like you said you didn't like vegetables. So that puts it in perspective. Moses, that sounds wonderfully mellow. You know, it's funny. The last, I think it was the January 1st show when we were on the front page. I was just curious. I looked at the analytics afterwards, and there was, we got a decent number of followers. I mean, but the looping show is a lot longer than the piano, the Rhodes voice part, but it was almost twice as much time, right? But we got an equal number of followers during the two segments, meaning we got way more followers per hour during the voice and Rhodes, which I'm not surprised by at all. It goes to show how inaccessible the improv show is. And I just know if I had been singing covers that people knew, it would have been probably triple or quadruple that. Let's see. Show drum kit. Pierre says vegetables are awful. Burn them all. Muty says I hate them so much. Do you even hate potatoes? Pierre and Muty? Do you hate potatoes too? You don't want French fries? Or that's the one vegetable you'll... And they're considered vegetables, right? Barely? Oh, Pierre actually likes some vegetables. Yeah, I like vegetables. Or I'm indifferent. Like spinach. I eat a ton of spinach. I eat it by the handful. I don't put sauce or dressing. I just eat it huge amounts because it's really good for you, you know? But I'm indifferent. I mean, I'm not excited to eat spinach. I'm not, yippee, this tastes delicious. But I'm also like, it doesn't really taste much of anything. But it's so good for me. So yeah, I think in general, I either like the vegetable or I'm like, hey, it's good for me. I'm indifferent. I'll eat it because it's good for me. New year, new drum kit. Oh, but it hasn't loaded. Why hasn't it loaded? Sounds. Call me Kixie says cooked or raw spinach. Raw. Yeah. Yeah, I eat raw spinach. Raw spinach with no dressing, no olive oil, nothing. Just the spinach. Raw. handfuls of it. It's hard to do at the kale. I don't know if I could do that with kale. You know, kale's tougher to eat than spinach. I tell you, kale's a lot tougher to eat than spinach. It was cool. When I lived in California, we had kale growing just on the side of the house. So I went through a smoothie phase, you know, where I was making kale smoothies all the time. Just go right outside, rip some fresh kale off the bush, or what? Kale trees? No. Okay. Okay. Meaty says, you ate broccoli raw. I was fasting and disgusted at the same time. Well, Meaty, remember I ate it raw with ketchup or with barbecue sauce. But I could have eaten it raw. I could have eaten it raw too. Wow, this kid's interesting. Everything's in weird places on this kit. Okay, these all need to be up here, I think. Right? Okay. Okay, beats. First up, we got a beat for okay. Here it is. It's a lot of kick drum. Wasn't ready for it. Let's give a little bit of, whoops. Let's pull those kicks back so they're not quite as intense. Nice. There's our first beat. And then we got Amber Andromeda. I think this might be my favorite of the new kits. Comic Kick says, I've always wanted to grow my own greens, but I'm not a good plant mama. Yeah, I don't have much, I have very little growing experience. I wonder if I could have a roof garden on my van. I mean, I'm going to have solar up there, but I wonder if anyone's doing that. Roof garden in their van? On their van? Okay, thanks, Amber. And thanks, MK. First sound we've got, whoops, Newfound Giraffe. Pieces, you can definitely grow herbs. And then, can you imagine, requested by Soda. And then the high exalted beanie one. I haven't worn a beanie in a long time. Have I? I think it's just too hot in the studio. Oh, Tubi, you loaded the same sound twice. I'm so frustrated by you, Tubi. Again, it's not your fault. I know it's not your fault, Tubi. It's just... That was not high exalted beanie one. Okay. Hey, Cooper Reason. 57 months sub. 57 months. Okay. Let's go back. Let's try this again. High exalted beanie one. And then we had jaded yellow crystals. And then gamma refractor. Staffy delinquently vamping history. Okay. Y'all pick which sound starts the improv. I'm thinking about getting a wider angle lens so I can get closer to the monitors during this portion of the show. I think it's enervating being so far away from the monitors and having it's just I think I'm straining to see. And let's see. Comics says, I've wondered how you see them. Yeah. There's a reason they're set up this way, is that it needs to be about this distance so it feels like I'm looking straight at you, which maybe is a bad thing. Maybe that's off-putting, you know? The closer I am to the camera, then I'm not going to make eye contact anymore. So I don't know that it's going to be possible for me to make eye contact when I'm in the van. I don't know if I'll be able to set up the camera in such a way, but it's that, and it's also so that the screens don't block cameras. It's all for the multi-camera thing. As soon as I move in closer, it complicates everything. Moses, I like your camera stuff. That eye contact feels natural. Yeah, I mean that was intentional. I wanted that, but you know, to pull that off, you have to be pretty far away from the camera. How far I'm away from the camera? It's probably 9 feet. Now, if I had a wider lens, I probably could get the same effect. I'm not sure, without being quite as close. No, 7.5 feet. And hey, Father 5. Father 5 is 35 millimeter lens. Well, I mean, it's 25 millimeter, but it has a crop factor because it's a micro four thirds. And I always get them confused. I think micro four thirds is a two times crop factor, so it's more like a 50 millimeter, if I remember. What about the fisheye lens, Rosen? That's a really fun lens, but I think it would be very it would be very sort of off-putting, I think, if I was always using a distorted lens like that. Yeah. But like this lens, this lens is at 7 millimeters, which is like a 14 millimeter. So I can be, right up next to it, and you see the whole room, But I don't like how the wide lens looks. I like these lenses, but I'm probably not gonna be able to use these anymore in the van. Well, I might. With my van design setup, I might actually be able to. But it still requires me to be very far away from the monitor, which is, it's what I'm getting tired of. Follow advice, we're pretty close fisheye if we're sitting at 15 millimeter. I don't know the optics, but I don't know how it works, but all I know is it well, I don't know. You can tell. Yeah, it probably does. It's probably a little bit of fisheye with this one. It's not considered a fisheye lens, but I'll cut to it. Y'all tell me what you think. If I get close to it, it probably feels more distorted, right? If my hand, right, it's a very wide, very, very wide. If you play like, well, you also, yes, it looks like my hand is still a foot away from the monitor, from the lens. Well, now it's about 6 inches away. Is that all the way zoomed? Oh, it could be even more. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, you get some warping there. You see the warp. It's sort of trippy. Why do I have a picture of Obelix? Well, it's a photo of me. Well, it's a drawing of me and Obelix. That someone drew, because Obelix is my favorite cartoon character. Okay, let's end this poll. Hey, Skyward. Oh, hey to Elino Vera. I don't do chord requests, but I'll play you your 4 chords just so everyone can hear them. But I don't actually, normally I don't do chord requests like that. Jaded Tochi? Let's end this poll. Pieces, how do they do the different dialects in English in the comics? For Obelix, you mean? I'm not sure you mean, but they rewrite all the puns. They have new puns. Because I think that's sort of a hallmark of all the translations of Obelix, of Asterix, right? Is the puns. So the name of the wizard in the English version of Asterix and Obelix is Get a Fix. Get a Fix. He's a wizard. He gives them a potion that makes everybody have superpowers. Get a Fix. Otherwise, have you ever tried downloading one of those pitch trip plugins? No, I haven't. Are they pretty cool? Can you do it on live content, or is it something that you have to sort of burn it, sort of export it to hear how it works? Let's end this poll. Oh yeah, Pete, they do. Yeah, they do the dialect stuff, yeah. I mean, honestly, some of them would be considered very problematic now. If I'm remembering how they were done. But yeah, they definitely do the dialects, yeah. Spotify, you can do it live, it's like a chorus effect, but not stereo. Jaded Yellow Crystals. Okay. Okay, let's do it. Yeah, pretty much everything I own is in this room, which is why there's random artwork on the floor. The only things that are not in here are my records and a tabletop. I think everything else I own is in this room. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. Oops, too soon. Time to accelerate.
much stuff in here. Yeah, I'm cleaning out the old room. Gonna fill it with something new. Yeah, house cleaning, time to clean the clutter from my brain. Yeah, house cleaning, yeah, I'm ready for a new feeling. Yeah, house cleaning, time to free that clutter from my brain. Yeah, house cleaning, I'm ready for a new feeling.
Thanks for those calps. Let's see, titles. We've got Asky God with Returning Home. Father 5 Janitorial Conquest. Cool reason, spring cleaning in the winter. And one more. Commissioner, I intentionally put this here to make my same name longer. Skybrook the third Esquire with hollow but not empty. Staffy 106 to 126. Sure. I can't remember if it's a 10 or a 20, but we can do 20. 106 to 126. (106 to 126). Okay. So new feature on Saturday. Something new to request. Oh, Doug Cito's here. Dewey to Doug Cito. Yeah, I didn't mean to wear this, but I made it, so it's okay. I made it over 20 years ago. Still have it. It's definitely pretty getting worn out. This is a good job. Make t-shirts for me. It's funny, I was researching yesterday laundry. I mean, I just assumed I'd use a laundromat, which I still think I'll do, but apparently there's little portable washing machines. People know that? I mean, they're not that big. They're not that small or big. They're about, And I don't want to deal with that. Then I was on a page of how can you get away with washing your clothes less often. that was my next research. As he goes, is laundry a serious business? I mean, in all the years I lived in the Boston area, which I lived in the Boston area for, I don't know, like 17 years or something, or maybe almost 20 years. I don't know. I think all but maybe a year or two, I did not have laundry. I had to go to a laundromat. So I mean, I didn't like doing it, but so it says go nude more. I think the secret is going to be undershirts. That's the secret. So you can wear your shirts more than once, I mean, I sometimes wear my shirts more than once anyway, but because it's a lot more realistic to wash, your unmentionables than big shirts and stuff. So if you can wash those things just on your own in the vehicle, however, and then only go to the laundromat very rarely. There's no secret when you're as sweaty as me. Since you practice trombone and laundromat, I bet that would get you a tumble dryer easy. Yeah. Says you researched laundry so long you forgot to do laundry. Well, I did, yeah, basically. No, I did laundry today, but I forgot to change the shirt after I finished laundry. I did some titles as lyrics, both from Rosen, Queening the Old Room and House Queening. Thanks, Rosen. And Duel's here with a 30-month sub. Oh, Cool Breeze named the sound Yell if you like this sound. Oh, you got AFF Thankonomics? Yeah. I'll play a few. Is it also on screen shirt change? Nice, there it is. Okay, what did I play? I played saxophone on it and voice, Rhodes, guitar. He says, I know from my skating years and squatting years, airing clothing can take away a lot of the dingy smells, but not the dingy stains. Yeah, I read that. I didn't know that. Yeah, I just learned that yesterday. I had no about airing your clothes out. No idea. I mean, it makes sense. I mean, well, now that I think about it, that if you make clothes hang out with other dirty clothes, you know, if you just throw your clothes in a laundry basket, they're just feeding off of each other, you know, trying to one up each other. Oh, you smell bad, I'll smell even worse. But if you isolate them from each other, they can't be bad influences, you know? Oh, I played Melodica? Oh, yeah, I did. How do I add that, though? You can make it. Barely. You can make it. Move those fingers, kid. Move those old tired fingers. Hey to Chalk Nautical, Dr. Goofus. Commodore Global Dragon Rangers here, Melodious Stonefee, Jake Vaughn 27. Pete says, when I was back when I started airing clothes out all the time, easily could do 2 to 4 days depending on the activity. And then if y'all heard with jeans, you're basically not supposed to wash them almost ever, right? With jeans, I don't own any jeans right now. My one pair of I do. I mean, but they got badly ripped when I fell. I never thought I'd sing a chorus, house cleaning, but here it was. Let me shout out some other titles. Melodious Stonefee with Serotonin Dyson Vacuum. Lightlord Steve Bleeding Ego. Call Me Kixie Skipping Away. I'm Only a Big Child. Vegetables Die Silent. Just Jazzy Condemned Room. Thankonomics and Clear Eyed Vision. Cool Breeze, you wear 5 or 6 days before they get washed. I mean, I definitely wouldn't wash them after every. I mean, I would never wash. I just thought I was being bad, you know. But turns out it was just as well that I wasn't washing them frequently. Pieces, wool, and t-shirts are also great, especially for hiking. Yes, that was on this thing I read. They were saying that anything that is non-synthetic is gonna stay fresh longer, and the smells are not gonna take over as much. So the more wool and what were the other things? Cotton and but I was actually yesterday I was also looking at how I could do showers. Originally, I was thinking I was just gonna go to a gym or something but I don't want to have to deal with that. I don't have to that be my only option, you know. I definitely do not want to build a shower permanent. I think it's a waste of space. Unless unless it's really important to somebody, I think it's a waste of space in a van. Because there's really clever portable ways that aren't permanent, that you still have the shower nozzle and everything, but you don't take up 2 or 3 square feet of space. There's some really clever ideas, like one I saw is you have this just flexible. It's very low. It's about this high, made out of it's soft material. I don't know what it is, but it's a basin, right? And in the bottom of the basin is a hole, and then you can just have a little hole in your van that has a cover most of the time. But when you want to take a shower, you basically lift up that hole so that you got a drain, and then you can just hang your shower from your ceiling, and then use the same thing for your sink as your shower. Just have those flexible things you pull out. So I might try to do something like that eventually. Pieces of little hand shower is fine, otherwise hand wash if you're okay with it. I just need a warm hot shower sometimes. The luxury I won't give up. I was a daily showerer for most of my life until without going into circumstances in the last year in California made it not practical for me to shower every day. But so yeah, I sort of broke free of that requirement. But for I don't know, until that point, I felt like I couldn't function without a shower, But now it's like whatever. It'll happen when it happens. Let's see. Rose is a shower in a van filled with electronic gear sounds bad for the gear. It very likely, if you're taking a shower in a van, it's an extremely short shower, extremely short, because you just don't have the water. I thought, what is it? It's something like, does anyone know off the top of their head how much water the average shower uses per minute? Isn't it like a gallon of water per minute or something? So it's the kind of thing where you're gonna if you take a shower in your van, it's gonna be like a 2-minute shower, 2 or 3 minutes. The kind of thing where you spray yourself so you're wet, then you soap the water's not running, and then you quickly try to spray off the soap. Media says you saw the USB powered wash machines for the delicates, the unmentionables. Yeah. USB powered. P says 2 gallons per minute. 2 gallons per minute. So yeah, my goal is I want to have around. I think I'm going to try to aim to have 20 gallons of water in the van. So that would be 10 minutes a shower, and I'd have no water. Right? I'd be done. So it seems like most van lifers don't shower more than once or twice a week, And what's nice is that if you're living in a van, you're probably mostly hanging out with other people who live in vans who also smell bad. So it's no big deal, right? That would be maybe it would be just as well if we have to keep social distancing for this very selfish purpose. 6 feet. I could smell whatever. Okay, here we go. Let's see. What am I doing? Pieces, that's just based on average. If you get water saving little showers, probably half or even less. This troll says this whole show is unmentionable. Let's see. What am I doing? Okay, we got it. Yeah, we got it. Mr. Wiggly. But it's easier to imagine these other things now that I'm going with the bigger vehicle. The smaller vehicle. I mean, I was pretty delusional thinking of the other vehicle, that I was going to pull it off. Or not delusional, but I think the problem I would have run into with the other vehicle is solar power. I wouldn't be able to get enough solar power on the roof. it would have been a problem, I think. Okay, let's end this bow. He says, something weird about showers. I had a period where I took 2 to 3 showers a day. I actually got skin infections because I was washing away all my natural bacteria. Doctor told me to shower less. Yeah, I've heard that there's risks. And Skyborg's named it hollow but not empty. Thank you, Skyborg. Oh, thanks, Mr. Wiggly. Thank you. Thankonomics says Buckminster Fuller had a house called the Dymaxion House, had a shower that just used mist and was super high energy efficient. Wow, that sounds really cool. Buckminster Fuller has probably one of the best names of any architect, I think. Yeah. Can anyone think of an architect whose name is cooler than Buckminster Fuller? Let's see. I'm only Big Child's first key. Setatro says I bike 30 miles a day and shower like twice a week. I'm only Big Child's first key and... Oh, Thankonomics name sounds Saffron. 30 miles a day. Man, I feel lazy right now. How long does it take to bike 30 miles? I guess it depends what you're biking over, right? It's central. Biking on the road is probably very different than mountain biking. What are we talking 30 miles a day? Is that like 2 or 3 hours? 3 hours? Well, no, a car goes 30 miles an hour. Wow. 4 to 5 hours. Wow. Thankonomics says the house was circular, made out of aluminum, designed to be shipped to buyers in a large tube and put together themselves. When I lived in Somerville, Massachusetts, there was a circular house. It wasn't a Buckminster Fuller house. It was just a random circular house. But no one lived there. It was this sort of in this empty lot. I don't know. Probably someone thought it was worth more than it was and couldn't sell it or something. Have you, Father Five, have you ever seen that? Do you ever hang out in Somerville? He says, what about wet wipes? You can easily DIY those. Oh, yeah. That was my original plan would be I would just do sponge baths. That's what a lot of people do. I didn't read the second part of Muty's message. Let's see. Yeah, Father Five. I think if you Google it, I'm sure Roundhouse Somerville at the address would pop up. Or you could just look at a picture. Yeah, if anyone's curious, you can just look at it on the internet. Here's a link if you're curious what I'm talking about. But I lived relatively near this, so I would often go on walks and walk by it. Okay. Tubi. Jeez, Tubi, you can't... What is your problem? I'm talking to a robot. I'm not talking to a person, if anyone's wondering. I would never talk this way to a human assistant. I probably shouldn't talk this way to a robot either. Hey, so much. This is hot tub streams, bath and stream. Just saying. I mean, I could, I mean, the possibilities are, man. I'm sure there's places there's definitely places where I could pull the van up to a river and stream, do the stream from inside of the stream. Why not? Stream from a stream. Spotify, exactly, a van down by the river. I should exclusively stream down by the river, so that could be my stream title every stream. Music in a van down by the river. Drum kit, let's see. We got the etc. kit. Moody's suggesting I get my own custom version of wet wipes called WETC wipes. Wets wipes. Roses, but I do not want to see a ETC hot tub stream. Yeah, nobody wants to see it. Maybe several decades ago when I was in my prime. Not now. Let's see, okay. No, I never had a prime. I never had a hot tub body. A conventionally accepted hot tub body. Anybody could be a hot tub body. But no one was going to hire me to model for hot tub advertisements. Okay, first up we got Beat 4, the Bad Backs. And let me just, this kit, everything gets moved up. Okay, is that a kick? Yeah, Skyberg, a new river every week, a different one. Or it could be the same river, but a different, I say it's a different location. This week, a river in downtown New York City. There's our first beat. And then Hypnotic at the beat. Whoops. I know who, I missed a question about Arnold Schwarzenegger. I know who that is. I don't know who the other person is, so I can't tell you my favorite movie. Alyssa, I don't know who that is. Okay, got our beats. I mean, I'm sure I would recognize. I'm assuming it's an actress. Oh, Father Fives is an even cooler one in Roundhouse in Lowell, Mass. Let me look at it. Lowell, Mass. Roundhouse. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And the interior shots are incredible. Yeah, trippy. Yeah, that's amazing. I I wasn't refusing because I've never even seen it. I've never seen that movie. Let's see how it sounds. We've got first up, bowed electric bass. And then Indian sitar. Smooth as ZLK. Don't judge harshly. And then laser beams of funky love. Y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Do I make beats, Dario? I suppose so. Yes. I improvise them. Well, the drum beats themselves are generated on this show. They're generated from people's names. But if you mean beat as in sort of the beat more in the hip hop sense, which is not just the drums but everything, right? Am I being correct in that? That when in hip hop, when someone talks about beats, they generally mean everything, not just the drums? Everything except the vocals, is that correct? Someone confirm or deny that? Let's end this poll. Five says vocals be part of the beat if their samples right. Yeah, anything that isn't sort of the lead front. Dario, best thing to do would be to message me off stream and ask whatever it is. Okay, let's see. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. It is time to accelerate. Thank you. Thanks for those counts. Let's see our titles. Hey, Zaclo. Zaclo with Frantic Calmness. Mr. Wiggly with Boo. Just Jazzy Effervescent. And Thankonomics Sad Outlaws. Oh, Hug Queen. Hug Queen, do you want to do your commission now? You already submitted it, but I could do it now if you're gonna stay for a song. Yes, okay. And Soda, thank you so much. Thank you, Soda. Thanks for the donation. Thank you, Soda. Oh, some other titles. Dr. Goofus with Jungle Talk. Oh wait, whoops. I jumped again. Gotta put it up on the board first. I was giving a shout out. I already had my 4 titles, but shout out for Jungle Talk. It was just trumpet, voice, and keyboards, right? I was gonna play. Did I play the Fender Rhodes on it? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Oh, and 8SA Lowell's here. So some other titles to shout out. Duel with Facsimile. Staffy Roundhouse for a Round Mouse. Rose and Drifter's Soul. Beauty Makes Me Lose Control. Fun Mentionables. Doobie and Tuxedo Slots of Potential. Yeah, the battery. I forgot to turn off the stylophone, so the battery was dead. I love the sound of that. The bend right there in the sitar sound. I didn't intend for that to happen. It was just a nice side effect. Oh wait, maybe it's still. No, it's dead. It is dead. Have a good walk, Cool Reason. Okay. Hey, B. Crete. Welcome. How you doing? It said, Troll says, troll irony the day I love Valentine's Day candy. In general, or do you like the little hearts? I mean, they're all lots of hearts, but the little ones with the messages. Yeah, I guess I like them too, but I like anything, almost anything with sugar, so it's not really an endorsement, because I just like. Roses, will you take the Stylophone on the road? Yeah, probably. It's so small. I'm gonna have, theoretically, I'm going to have about 5 feet, 5 or 6 feet. So this is actually about 4.5 feet from here to here. And with my current van design, I'm going to have probably longer, but it's going to have a guitar on it, and ultimately you'll probably have 2 guitars. So it'll still be tight, but I'll probably have space for the I'm not bringing these. I'm not gonna bring this. I'm not gonna bring any of the little stuff, except maybe the Stylophone and a kazoo. And I'll bring a harmonica. Maybe someday I'll learn to play harmonica. But I'll bring these: the trumpet, the melodica, the flute, the saxophone, but not the baritone, not the trombone. I mean, I'll probably bring the trombone every once in a while, but what did I just do? Oh, reset. Media says, no triangle, you're working so hard to make me unfollow. Setros, is the world ready for its Setros sitting on drums? Thankonomics says, you gotta bring the automaton? No. No, there's not. Probably not. I'm probably only going to bring things that I'll be playing a lot. I'm trying to visualize it Setatro on the drums. I'm imagining something like Animal from the Muppets. I'm trying to imagine what its Setatro looks like. Do y'all remember Animal? Did anyone learn to play drums because of Animal? I mean, Animal makes me want to learn to play drums. You know? Of all the musicians in that band, it's got to be Animal, right? I mean, Animal is given everything. I totally identify with that. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna learn how to play drums so I can be like Animal. Senator says they all play lefty. Is that true? All the musicians in the band, everything's flipped. Rose is no kalimba. Oh, maybe the kalimba. It's so small. Yeah, I forgot about that. Maybe the kalimba. That might be a nice thing to take. Maybe I should be specific about what I'm not bringing. Like, I'm not going to bring the thunder tube, okay? I'm not going to bring any of the penny whistles or those random flutes. I'm not going to bring the recorder. I'm not going to bring the panpipes. I'm not going to bring the bull's horn. Not going to bring the vuvuzela. I'm not going to get rid of them. I'm going to keep them. I'm going to put them in storage. But in general, the van's me such a small space. Unless I'm going to use something a lot, I'm not going to bring it. What does a penny whistle sound like? It's just a very limited instrument, which can be really cool, but it's like, if I'm going to play, I'd rather play the flute, basically, But there are times when a penny whistle sounds really cool. Not played by me, but here, I'll play a little. It needs lots of reverb, and it needs to not be too loud. Yeah, I haven't played it enough to not be incredibly out of tune on it. But yeah, that gives you an idea. Okay, let's end this bow. Doug's, I want my penny back. Oh, and it's Jazzy. Jazzy's name is Effervescent. I am Brumpo. Welcome. I haven't really been in a market for an interface in that price range in a really long time, so I don't really know. But there are lots of manufacturers who do make gear that works for a lot of people. So, but I've seen a lot of people mention the Focusrite. I forget what it's called, but there's a Focusrite one. But people in chat might have some recommendations. The 4i4, that sounds, yeah. Focusrite owes me a controller, an interface, actually. Because my Focusrite died, remember? Remember this happened over the summer, I think? It died, and I sent it in to get repaired, and they said, yeah, we can't repair it. So they're going to give me, they were going to give me a full interface and give me a discount on another interface, and my plan was, I didn't tell them this, my plan was just to buy it and then return it, and buy it and sell it. But it's been months and months. It's been 7 months. You can't buy it. The one they gave me a discount for, it's the same, the semiconductor issue, where manufacturers just can't make stuff because they can't get what they need. Hey, Tim Frund. Yeah, that Focusrite lasted me 4 years on the show. I'm using a Focusrite, a much older Focusrite, because I'm using 3 audio interfaces on this show right now, which is ridiculous, but it's sort of how I have to do it. Once I get the new computer, eventually we'll be down to just one interface. But anyway, I'm using a Scarlett that I've been using, that must be 15 years old. I bought it used. Or no, maybe it's 10 years old. But it's still working fine. Knock on wood. Watch it, it dies. It just needs to last 2 more months. Because theoretically, my new computer is going to arrive next month. And then I won't need that anymore. I'll sell it. Okay, let's make our beats. This is a commission from Hug Queen. Hug Queen picked all the sounds. We can turn Hug Queen's name into a melody. Or no, just the letters T-O-O. Okay, our drum kit. He says, ever consider endorsing trans your whole brand of brands as you don't endorse? I would reach out and ask for it. Music gear people love. Yeah. I'm okay if people give me stuff, as long as I don't have to say that I endorse it. But if someone, if a company wants to give me something, but I'm gonna always be explicit that I don't endorse it. At least with music gear. I mean, it's almost impossible for me to imagine ever being willing to endorse any music gear ever. I'll never say never about anything, but it's slightly more likely non-music. But even that makes me sick. The thought of endorsing anything makes me sick. Can I be more honest? Let's see, beats. But yeah, Muty, if they want to give it to me. I mean, and full disclosure, I have asked for things before. So yes, Muty, I have done that kind of thing before. So lest someone think that I have asked. Roses, will Melody come back? This is not gonna be your whole spiel. Look at folks try to give me stuff, makes me sick. Yeah, well, probably. Yeah, I have something coming up, Rosen, that it may encourage me to bring Melody back. We got the Observe Beatbox. The issue with Melody is that it's something that is pretty opaque for most people, and meaning most people who get a melody are probably not going to know when I actually do it. And then I also forget sometimes to do the melody. Let's see. Sedgels' kid sells unlocks the sounds that were count. I mean, yes, I do, I guess, technically. That's how I got the Native Instruments Complete. Is I wrote to them, I said, if I buy it, can I rename the sounds? I didn't know if they, would get mad at me for doing that. And they said, yes, and we'll give you a copy too. So I said, okay. As long as I don't have to endorse. They said, you don't have to endorse. Hey there. Oh, Muti, there is something, not exactly what you're asking, but there is something related to guitar and generation that will happen probably towards the end of the new feature cycle. But yeah, there's something, it's not exactly what you're saying, but it is related to guitar and generated somethings. Okay, hey there. But we got a new feature tomorrow that I've been wanting to do for 3 or 4 years. I mean, I've been thinking about it since I started the show, but I'm finally getting to it. It's especially good for me, but I think some of y'all will enjoy it, and it definitely affects the music. It might not be in ways that most people understand or notice, but it will very much affect music. But I've actually been, well, I won't say anymore. Okay. There's our first beat, hey there. And then we've got the. Okay, we got to bring back those snares. It's a little too intense. Okay, got our beats. Let's check out our sounds. Oh, thanks, Beauty. Thank you. Yeah, and Saturday's going to be another remakes show. I don't know yet how frequently remakes are going to happen, but we're doing one on Saturday. 12-string acoustic. And then we got this 1973 Pinto. I'd like to come up with some way ultimately to have these mixing boards a little easier to reach. I wonder if I put them up here, just out of view. Okay. And then we've got Wide World Enterprise. And then dobro chords. And then arrival sound. '70s funk clav. Oh, did I turn off the sidechain compressor? Is my voice getting lowered when I play sounds? Is my voice volume changing at all? I feel like I turned it off at one point. Or maybe it... Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Unless Hug Queen votes. Since it's a commission, if Hug Queen votes, Hug Queen chooses. For anyone who's... The sidechain's turned off, okay. The reason for it is so you don't hear the clanking of the keys as much. Well, maybe, I don't know, maybe someday I'll figure it out. I'll make a note, but my list is staggering. My to-do list. Figure out sidechain. Why did I turn it off? If anyone's just joining, I'm doing improv. I make up songs live on the spot using all these musical ingredients the chat chooses. The way I think about it is it's as if somebody shows up with some pomegranates, a steak, some celery, some onions, some Fruit Loops, and a Snickers bar and says, "Make me dinner." And the chef has to combine those things into one dish. That's what this show is. Y'all pick the ingredients, and I attempt to combine them into a palatable dish. It's editorial says, if anyone is just joining, condolences. Condolences. Run while you still have time. Send this boat. And Wide World Enterprise. Here we go. Time. Whoops. Almost ready.
Whoops.
Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks for those calps. Thanks, Hug Queen, for the commission. Let's see. I'm only big child immersed. Spazzify, Heart of Starfire. Hug Queen, Mystery Memory. Wait, did I just... Oh, I made a mistake. Wait, did I? Oh yeah, I never do commissioner titles. Sorry, I forgot. So I'm gonna take that one off. And then Muty Heat Grinder and Rows and Leagues of Castles. Okay, since it's a commission, if Hug Queen votes, only Hug Queen's vote counts. Otherwise, it's a normal poll. I use some titles as lyric inspiration. I misread from the very far distance that I'm looking at them. I misread Staffy's Wielder of the Light, and I thought it said Welder of Night. But that came from Staffy. And then Staffy's Forged in the Mind. Oh, and Iron Brumpo, thanks for gifting those 5 subs. Thank you so much. Ellen Muty gifted a sub to Iron Brumpo. Awesome, thank you. Thanks to both of you. Thanks so much. Thank you. Oh, and hello to KTS Atkins. And Macau 007 Spazzify's here. Oh, someone did do Welder at Night? Did I see that first possibly, or did they do it after I sang? Oh, so maybe it was Kuba. Maybe I did see. Kuba Reason, did you do it before I sang it? So I probably saw that then, and I misclicked, I guess. Okay, I'll change it. Lyric is filled. I'm matching. Okay. There's going to be, I'm going to have to build an interface or something at some point for y'all to do, for mods or volunteers or something to help lyrics. Because right now I'm so slow, it doesn't really matter. I don't sing lyrics very fast, but if I ever get as fast as I intend to be, it'll slow me down having to try to click on everything. Let me shout out some other titles. Macau 007 with Psycho Whispers. I am Brumpo, you can't do that on television. Mucho Mas, Hornswoggled. Soda numerous times in the past. Masonry, I don't do covers, but thank you for the request. Zach beat squeaky. Just Jazzy, the Queen of Hugs, and the Kid of Spades. Thankonomics, Stumble Drunk Adventure. Masonry, almost. There are actually more requests on this show than almost any other show on Twitch. Maybe on any show on Twitch. I don't know, but. There's chat request musical ingredients. Like the sound, chat gets to choose all the sounds that I use on a song and the speed of the music. And there's about 20 plus requests on every single song we do. Now, we don't do that many songs, but still there's generally, and if you add in lyrics and there's generally at least 100 plus a night. That's a mean bass. That Pinto. Mean sounding bass. Oh, okay. Yeah, Mason, it's always different because people make different requests. Yeah, we've done over 5,000 improvs on the show. And there's a lot more variety than if I were just improvising on my own, because chat often picks sounds that I would never personally choose. And has me do BPMs that I'm too tired to normally do. All right, we're gonna do 133. And I'm gonna have to find in my soul somewhere 133 beats per minute right now. Okay, and Spazzify's named it. Heart of Starfire. Thank you. I mean, I it's very rare that I really dislike a sound, but there are lots of sounds that I just would never think to pick, you know? Because I don't like going through sounds. I find it gets depressing. for me to spend too much time looking through sounds. I'd much rather be making something with sounds than trying to pick the perfect sound. So I've offloaded the work to y'all, so I don't have to do it. I think one of the most difficult things is if you've already written something and you're trying to find sounds for something you've already written. I think that's one of the most inefficient processes for most producers. I think it's much more efficient to have a set of sounds and then say, what can I do with these sounds? Because otherwise, you have something in your head that's very abstract, and you're trying to find this thing that matches this abstraction. Or maybe you're trying to make it. But either way, it's a very laborious process. So I'd always just rather work with what already exists at my fingertips. First request ever. We got a drum fill and a drum loop for Donald Moto Show. We're going to get a drum fill and a drum loop for Ivan Brumpo. KTS Sadkin's going to get a drum fill and a sound. Music, can you name your most disliked sounds? No, I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. You know, when you have 6 sounds, you're usually going to be, you know, that's enough sounds that even if there's 1 or 2 that are unusable, not, or that I don't particularly identify with, I'm still in pretty good shape. It's harder with drum kits that I don't like, but I deal with it. But I have a short attention span, so any sound that I've used many times, you know, I'm going to be more excited about a sound that I haven't used as many times, usually. But everything I'm saying is more what I'm thinking about when I'm demoing the sounds. As soon as the song starts, I'm not being judgmental anymore, you know, because you can't be. You can't improvise and be judgmental. So there might be a sound that out of context, I would say I don't like this sound. But as soon as I start improvising, I can't think that way. Every sound I have to just look at as if I've never used it before, and what can it do in the context of everything else. But outside of improv, yes, I have strong opinions about some of the sounds on our show. But that's the beauty of improv, of being in the moment, is you work with whatever you have available, and that can be taken to art in general. Doesn't just have to be improv that we think that way. And I've said many times, having more options does not make it easier to make things. Having 100,000 sounds, the person who has 10 sounds very easily could produce more music than the person who has 100,000 sounds. Let's see. But the other thing about I think about sounds is that I think I've said this before. I rarely listen to music that only has one instrument. You know, I almost never listen to solo guitar or solo piano. I love whenever possible when there's more than one person, or if it's one person that they're using a lot of sounds combined together, because it's the complexity of what happens when you combine different sounds. It's amazing. It's what's the word I'm looking for? You know, the possibilities are exponential. And that sound that I don't like when I'm demoing it suddenly fits in the context of the improv because of what is happening with everything else. You know, there's lots of sounds. When I just play it on its own, I'm like, ah. But in a way, it's a very superficial way of, you know, you meet somebody and you know nothing about him and you make a judgment, right? That's what I'm doing when I first hear that sound. But then the improv starts, and now I've got 5 people in a room, 6 people, 6 sounds in a room, right? And all sorts of interesting things happen when you mix 6 people together, right? Two people that you think are very chill and mellow all the time, they start dating each other, and suddenly you realize that they are fiery people. But you never would have known it until they started dating each other, right? Same thing with sounds. A sound that feels dead on its own or boring or, you know, suddenly in the context of something else. And in the same way, sometimes it's really helpful to have a sound that is sort of boring. You can't have every sound be exciting, or your mix is going to be a mess. There's just too much happening. You need supporting actors. You need sounds that will be more in the background. Because I love watching you grow to like sounds. In the beginning, you only did "ah yeah" with light prayer, and then you discovered mod, wheel, pitch. I had tube as well. It became the sound or something. I think what it is Muti, the more unique a sound is, the more singular the sound is, the more limiting it can be, right? And so I think I then start trying to work to figure out other things I can do with it. It's like if someone walks into a room and they've got a 4-foot-high mohawk and they're covered in tattoos and they've got this extremely specific, distinctive look. And you're a casting director, right? It's a little harder to be creative in that context versus somebody who comes in who's very nondescript and you could do anything with them, right? So those sounds are sometimes like that metaphor of the person who's got all the tattoos and the mohawk. They grab your attention right away, but the challenge is they grab your attention in the same way if you're not careful, over and over again. And so yeah, you're right, Media. You know, that's the most distinctive part of that sound initially, is that "oh yeah" sort of thing at the bottom. But I couldn't do that over and over. It'd get boring because it's so obvious. So I have to keep finding out new ways to use it. So in other words, to continue this metaphor, it's like the casting director say, okay, so he's got a 5-foot mohawk and he's got tattoos. I'm going to put him in a period drama, and I'm going to cover up the tattoos. And I'm going to put him in a powdered wig. But it's harder to see that, right? It's harder to see that when a sound or a person is presenting themselves in such a controlled, specific way. It's sometimes harder for us to step back and see the potential, the wider potential. Spazzify said never thought of sound stating before, but it makes sense. Both are types of energy. I think it's Spazzify. I think it's really helpful to think about if you're producing or making music, to think about your instruments as people, and almost think about it like a theater stage, right? Because on a theater stage, if everybody's talking at the same time, it's a mess, right? And in the same way with music, if every single instrument is doing something really complicated or something really up front, it becomes just a jumble of noise. There has to be sort of give and take where different things are more focused on at one point and others at others, and thinking about your instruments as people, I think helps, or just putting them on a stage and saying, okay, I want this sound to be up front. This is what the audience to be focused on at this moment. And these sounds are just sort of creating the atmosphere or the vibe, or setting the scene. Or maybe in this case, I'm going to have two sounds that are sort of working together. They're dancing around each other. They're having, verbal boxing, so to speak, with each other. Or these two sounds are dancing in unison. They're both dancing together. They're doing the same thing, but it's different sounds. So it's not one person dancing, it's two people dancing, but they're doing the same dance routine. Okay, let's see. Roses, do you always keep a grip clip? Oh, you mean this? Is this you mean? This thing? Is that what you mean? Yeah, that's not a normal thing people do. Or I've never seen, I'm sure someone else has thought of it, but the problem is that an electric guitar is not designed to be playing seated with. Well, that's not entirely fair, but here's some advice for learning an instrument. You want the way that you hold your instrument to be the same whether you're performing or practicing. And guitar is probably the absolute worst example of people who don't do this. So many people, they practice guitar sitting down, and then they play their guitar really low when they perform. So their guitar is in a totally different place. And that you are creating so much extra hard work for yourself when you do that. Try to practice and perform with your body the same way it's going to be. Otherwise, it's incredibly inefficient. So what this does is it allows me, when I'm sitting, to keep a similar shape of my guitar as when I'm standing. For the first 6 months I was learning guitar this past year or so, I stood the whole time. And you might remember, you'll see it in some old shows from that era, I talk about how I was having some knee, I think it was knee problem, I can't remember. So I had to start sitting. I hate it. I hate sitting to practice guitar because I'm never going to sit when I'm performing. Well, almost never. But yeah, that's the purpose. Okay, beats. Take care, Thankonomics. First up, what is this? What is kid? We got a Donald Moto show. How do I hold it when I'm sitting? I mean, it's pretty, it's pretty much in the same position. So I use this part to sort of jam into my belly to keep it in basically the same position. So, and I hold the guitar on the not super high, but on the higher end than your punk rock players who play so low, which looks cool. It looks cool, but is not the easiest to actually play. Have y'all ever seen Slash? Slash plays super low, but whenever he plays lead, he has to sort of do this awkward thing and lift up the guitar because he can't do it otherwise. His guitar's too low, so he has to do this ridiculous sort of. Okay, there's Donald, and then we got I am Brumpo. That's got some propulsion to it. Rose, this sounds a bit painful. It's probably not very comfortable, but I'm so focused on what I'm doing, I usually, yeah. It would be nicer if it had a sort of soft something. Okay, we got our beats. First up sounds, we got a featured sound. What's this? He says, can't you add a tennis ball? I probably could. I mean, I'm super used to it. I mean, remember up until around September, until about October, I was doing 8 to 10 hours a day of guitar practice. So I got pretty used to my circumstances. Featured sound, and then we got Elysian. I sort of like having the quip. It continues my general disrespect for guitar aesthetics. Glacier of Sorrow, and then Etc. Stretch Jive. He says, you're hella tired in those months? I wasn't tired from that. I'm surprised I seem more chill, but It's natural. His kid loves practicing so much that doing the show was his least fun part of the day, kind of like it is for us. It's Set of Trolls on fire tonight. And then Doug said the same thing in chat. And then we got da. Always say it right. Da. No, I had a lot of really stressful things that happened over the summer and fall. So that guitar kept me sane. Okay. I didn't demo? Which sound did I not demo? Oh, the Mighty Wind? This is the Mighty Wind. Wow, these sounds have set me up. 133, lots of big synths. Oh, and Muty Makes Me Blue Control is here. I'm always confused by that now because I see that and say, wait, Muty's already here, right? Hey, Andy. Oh, you found one, Rosa? Nice. Found a rocking chair. It doesn't have sign on it. I wonder if I could create a portable rocking chair for the van. Or you know what I could do is I could have these, because I'm going to have not steel, but aluminum bars that slide out probably of the roof of the van that I can use to mount lighting things and different filmmaking things. If I get strong enough aluminum, I could hang a swing from it. What do you think about that? Rumble says, yeah, fit a rocking chair in my van when I get it. Rose, I think there is, but not necessarily a wooden one. Something that maybe is like an accordion, that you can squeeze it totally flat and then, right? I mean, they make those for, there's got to be camp rocking chairs, right? There must be. There is, Doug says. Okay, here we go. Get ready for some big synth action at 133 BPM. Here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for those calps. Titles. I am Brumpo with Guided by Noises. Duel with Wavestream. Thanks, ASCII God. Pierre TV Exploding Power Plants. And Tanibirsky Basopolis. Oh, thanks, Chip Machine. 4 months up. Thank you. Let me shout out some other titles. It's Editroll. That guitar looks like it's about to get disappeared by an authoritarian government. And also Lick the Lightning. Speed Salsa, Ear of the Beholder 3. Tony Birsky Batsky, Giovanni Grappler. ASCII God, Randy Ravaging Rude. Cool Reason, In the Bag, A Guitar Story. Commissioner, I intentionally put this here to make my say my name longer. Skybrook the Third Esquire. Serendipitous Solution. Staffy, Postage of the Milkman. Toby in a Tuxedo, Paper Trails. Muty makes me lose control with Eternal Sunshine of the Bagless Guitar. Hug Queen, Dirty Games. Spazzify, Kaleidoscopic Bonsai. Muty makes me blue control. Do the Borg-like trance music. Big Child Fishing for Ears. Rose and Risk and Reliance. Macau 007, the mellow tone of your voice. So to pay the landlord. And also 5,000 rulers were persecuted and carried my luggage. Lots of demands. Pay the landlord, carry my luggage. Zacalo, Crunchy Departure. Just jazzy, I'm not mad. I'm crazy. I am Rumpo with Thursday Night's Finest. Pierre TV. Traces of Failure. King Ant. I do not do reactions on stream, but if you want to send it to me on Discord, I'll certainly check it out. Send this bow. And I am Brumpo's named it first title. Guided by noises. Guided by noises. I'm Brumpo's. I did this for Ohio. Whoops. Our show is live from just out of reach. We did 4 tracks, All But Empty, Effervescent, Heart of Starfire, and Guided by Noises. To our thank yous, our superstar mods, Cooperies and Tubi. We had a donation from Soda. Thanks so much, Soda. We had a bunch of new subs. I am Brumpo, gifted to Chaotic Taylor, Slav, Slove 13, The Boofin, Vanish Modi, Wallaby Horse, Muty Gave Time, The Brumpo. 4 months for Chip Machine, 57 for Cool Reason, 30 for Duel, 18 for User McName. Thanks to all our lurkers and chatters. These 23 names you see on screen now, they're named our current tour, named a venue, named one of our songs, made a request on one of the songs. Oh, PR, we're doing remakes. Yeah, on Saturday. I'm not sure if it's ultimately going to be a Saturday thing or just an occasional thing, but we are doing it this Saturday. Tonight we featured Ambra Andromeda, Commissioner. I intentionally put this here to make my say my name longer. Scabbard, the Third Esquire, Cooperies and Donald, Moto Show, Dual, Hug Queen LD, I'm the Brumpo, I'm Only Big Child, Just Jazzy, KTS Adkins, Lightlord Steve, K, Muchamas, Beauty Makes Me Lose Control, Pierre TV, Rose and Spazzify, Staffy, Thankonomics, the Bad Bags, Tubi, and a Tuxedo, Fissidunas, and Wow Wow Soda. Oh, and I should say the reason I said those names is they either named one of our songs, or our venue, or our tour, or they made a request that was on one of the songs. ASCII God says, Ohio State motto, it's better than Iowa. I have a good friend who's from Des Moines, Iowa, and a good friend who's from Cleveland, Ohio. Neither of them live in those states now. They never spoke ill, but they don't live there anymore. But I'm sure when I'm in the van, I'm sure I'll go through Ohio and Iowa. Wait, does Mr. Robert live in Ohio? Am I remembering that right? In fact, Mr. Robert lives in Ohio. Ask you guys if you have fun, yeah. I feel there's something cool in every single state. There's something cool. Many things cool in every single state and every single country in the world. Sometimes you have to look sort of hard to find it, or you have to know the right people or know how to, get hooked up. But Skyworks says except Ohio. Even Ohio. Brubble says, ever been to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? No, is that in Cleveland? Where is that? Am I remember this? Is that in... Asking God says Cleveland is beautiful. I don't think I have any strong negative feelings about any state. Yeah. There's some states I've had some bad experiences in, but it's not the state's fault. Stavis, what about the challenge show? Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out when it makes sense to do it. I didn't want to do it too close to the first show just because, a lot of folks were really generous, and I know it. After Christmas and everything, it takes time to recover. But I'm gonna staff you. My goal is to do it before the end of the month. If only so I can return the handcuffs before the return window closes. What a silly thing to motivate me, right? But it's like $20 or something. Can't afford to keep them. I don't think I've ever gone back to a place. Once I've lived in a place, I can't go back to it really. I could visit, but my life for the most part has been, it's always one direction. The only exception I can think of to that is when I went to New Zealand. But that was I was just going I was there for, 6 to 9 months, I think. But I did go back to where I had been. That's the one time in my life. Every other time, when I leave a place, I don't go back. Would I do the jelly bean challenge, Rosen? What was the jelly bean one again? Can you remind me what that one was? Oh, we could hang out for a few minutes this night. Now that I'm not I'm not subject to the front page rules anymore. I can relax a little. Is it how many jelly beans can you eat? Because I have pretty insane tolerance and capacity for anything related to sugar. I pay the consequence later, but combine my my hyperfocus and obsessive personality. Oh, I see. So there's good ones and bad ones mixed together. Okay. Oh, good night, Pierre. Yeah, we'll sit down for a bit. Don't let me sit down for too long, okay? Everybody, don't let me. You want to just hear the Rhodes Brumple? Yeah, I could do that for you for a sec. It was on the guitar channel. That was guitar distortion. Sorry about that. I can't legally play this song, the melody, but I can play the chords. Because you can't copyright chords yet. I should have this memorized by now, but I'm just going to play the chords. Oh, music chick. Hey, music chick. Oh, I did that the wrong direction, didn't I? Wrong direction. Ouch. That. So at this distance, right? Does it look like I'm making eye contact? Well, actually now it doesn't, right? No, it doesn't if I do that. What if I... I don't know, sort of? Sort of? It's not as obvious as... That's awkward. I don't know if... Okay, yeah, I could step back. Here you go, Rosen. Is that... It's like that. Yeah, I gotta stay out of focus. That's my branding. Being out of focus. It's my whole... Where's the focus? Oh, the focus is all right there. Okay. It's awkward. It's a little too low. Oh, yeah, this goes up. That's right. Forgot. Yeah, see, that's a problem with this setup is that I lose the icon. It's sort of... Yeah, that... How do I make it look like I'm looking at you? It's still not right. Whoops. It's over here. Does that work? No, it's even worse. Oh, that's a little better. Sentinel says no worries. It's still super creepy. Yeah. So if I'm this far away, I guess it sort of feels like I'm looking in your direction. Thanks, Music Chick. This is such a deep gaze. It feels like I want to share my deepest secrets with you. I once rewatched the musical because I liked it. Hey, Paul says, kid in the foreground with the soft focus trombone behind is like one of those cheesy sibling mom photos. So yeah, see what I like about the other setup is I can look at chat and I'm looking and it still feels like I'm looking at you. It's harder to pull that off when I'm close. I don't have any sort of agenda. I thought it's just I appreciate being able to talk, and I wasn't supposed to for the last 2 weeks. How's your music going, Music Chick? The Music says kind of feels like a creepy therapy session. You were working on your second album release, right? Or wait, had you finished that, the second? 4 more days. That's exciting. Congrats. Yeah, my focus is off. Can I reach it? That's better. Ah, okay. Any random questions or thoughts about life, the show, the van? Oh, music. Yeah, music. Oh, I should just put, didn't I set it up so I could put just ETC Kid Radio in the background? Oh, there it is. Is that too loud? Seems very loud. How do I turn it down? Oh, it's good? Okay. It's just loud for me. Hopefully it's good songs and not weird ones. Skyworks says Tubi's gonna ride the passenger seat mostly. Well, I think that now that I've broken down and set it up so that Tubi doesn't need a camera anymore, I actually think that I'm probably gonna keep Tubi taken apart most of the time and only put Tubi together for special filmmaking stuff. Because, you know, Tubi's bigger than I am. When Tubi's all set up, I think I'm going to be a little annoyed if I have to have Tubi like that all the time. So yeah, I think, yeah, Brumpo, Tubi is as tall as I am. Well, Tubi's from the waist up is as tall as I am. Tubi's legs are compacted right now, but yeah, this is Tubi. Wait, are you here, Tubi?
Hi, I am Brumpo.
It's a little hard to understand Tubi sometimes, but I think Tubi said, hi, I am Brumpo. Tubi, how are you doing today?
Happy, and I know it ETC Calp ETC Calp.
We sort of need to take the emotes out of your vocabulary because it doesn't make sense for you to say emotes.
Yup.
You agree, I take it.
Okie dokie.
Oops. Meaty says, can we sample sounds from your journey to a song at the end of the tour? I feel like I could make every month extra special. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's a good idea. I still have, you know, I've been thinking about this for years and never done it, but I still had that idea of at the end of the month, chat picks their favorite track from that month, and I turn it into an actual produced track. So it's a lot shorter, right? It's more like a 20-minute song becomes a 4-minute song or a 5-minute song. So at the end of the year, we've got 12 songs. We could have an album for the year that's realistic song lengths, you know. But I need to get much faster at producing, or actually sit down, and because I still owe, before we do that, I need to at least get the songs that I owe people, which I started working on last week. So I owe 4 songs, or 4 or 5. Good night, ASCII God. Oh, and if anyone is not yet following my new YouTube channel, we're trying to get 100 subs before there's even a single video there. So once I move into the van, or well, before that, I've got this new show. It's called the Thankonomics Show. I have 1 episode that I debuted on Twitch, but I've not released on YouTube yet. It's a variety show meets travel show. The idea being, I'm traveling to different places in the van, and it's a variety show, so I can do whatever I feel like. There'll be there's comedy, attempts at comedy, sketches. There's IRL stuff. There'll be some music stuff, but music is not the focus. Skyver says we can expect real albums on Bandcamp in the future. I wouldn't expect it, but it is a theoretical possibility. Crazy Train says, if you brought your tickets for Crazy Train. Crazy Train, I didn't even include Crazy Train. Yeah, Crazy Train, I don't know when that's going to happen. It only took me, 3 years to get around to doing Immigrant Song, so I think we got another year or 2 before I need to finish Crazy Train. Yeah, Brumpo, I have 3 different YouTube channels. There's one that's just an archive of this show, and it's got individual songs and the full shows. And then I have a little one that's just non-improv stuff, that's music related, that I haven't done that much on. And then this new one that has nothing there, but it's not under ETC Kid, it's under Tommy Nomadic. I think we're almost to 100 subs. Without any videos. It's not too bad. 90, we're at 90 subs. It's Etros. I might have enough Gmail accounts to take the YouTube channel over the hump. Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, Tubi's song information is gonna be totally wrong. Oh yeah, Doug said that. Yeah, Tubi doesn't. I mean, I haven't set it up for Tubi to switch. Theoretically, it'd be an easy thing to do, but yeah, don't do any favorites because they're not gonna make any sense. Your first one, Brumpo, but with a D. Nomad, like nomad life. Nomadic, Nomadic. Here's a little thing from the Tommy Nomadic show. Don't go away. We'll have the answer for you after a word from our sponsors.
Please buy these fake products from our fake sponsors.
We are live with my Twitch community. That's a segment called Fake Sponsors. Paul says finally kid's real hair. I own TommyNomadic.com. So, and right now it links directly to YouTube. Eventually it'll probably have its own website, but Music's first time seeing a logo. Yeah, it's because I made this shirt so I can wear it on stream. Rose says, will you ever post the original Suddenly Penguin quips anywhere else? I finally watched it and the funeral director went happily forward me. I actually am probably going to take those down, but I might redo them. Right, I redid one of them. But I think I want a different vibe. So the original Suddenly Penguin, I used real electronic-y ambient type stuff. And I don't think it worked. I don't know if the new Suddenly Penguin, I don't think it works yet. I think I have a long ways to go in terms of my acting ability and my comedy writing. I've got a long ways to go. But I have a new with the new Suddenly Penguin stuff, I wanted sort of to mix jazz and electronica, but like sort of not hip jazz, but more or not unhip, but just I thought that might work a little bit better. When you and when you say floored, you use the verb to be floored. Was that a good thing? Rosen, is that positive, or were you shocked? I mean, it is an edgy. It is a bit of an edgy. It's an edgy. It's edgy. It's a little edgy. The funeral director one is a little on the edge, more than I normally am. Juices, how did you come up with the name Tommy? I don't know, it just popped into my head. I was playing around with lots of things with the word nomad. And at first I was thinking, I had this idea, okay, so there's ETC Kid as music, and then I'm gonna have, I could do ETC Stories as storytelling, and ETC Nomad. But ETC Nomad there's a product. There's a company called Nomad, or there's a company called ETC, and they have a product called Nomad, or the reverse. What is it? So that idea was dead. Yeah, ETC Lighting has a product called ETC Nomad. So I couldn't do that. So yeah, I just eventually can't. Oh, you thought it was good. Okay, good. Thanks, Rosen. Oh, you thought it was a play on Johnny Mnemonic? I don't. It wasn't consciously. The funny thing is that originally, I toyed with a bunch of names, not just Tommy, and Johnny was one of them. Johnny Nomadic has a bit more, it flows a little better, but I wasn't, I sort of decided that for whatever reason I decided Tommy Nomadic. I went with that. Oh, thanks, Skyborg. Yeah, when I had this Suddenly Penguin idea originally, I actually wrote. I have about, I don't know, 50 to 80 things I wrote for it, but I only did a few of them on, so I still have all these. I have a lot of content for Suddenly Penguin, but the problem, a lot of it, there aren't obvious visuals. So it was sort of, because when I originally conceived it, it was just going to be me talking to the camera. But that gets boring for the Tommy Nomadic show, So I try to do, I want to do more stuff with visual, but that also takes a lot of work. The segment with the trombone and stuff, that was a lot of work, right? I mean, there was something like, I had to do 5 or 6 different setups, film setups. It was shot across multiple days. It's a lot of work. It's a lot easier to just talk right to the camera. It said a troll took us to you took us to 99? Oh man. Can we get that last sub, somebody? Can we get to 100? Skyrock says, whenever the pirate van gets y'all in trouble, Tommy's first name can change. It's your boy, Iglesias Nomadic. I mean, I probably have an alt account that could follow. Oh, we got 101. We got 100. Oh, good night, Music the Chick. Good to see you. Best of luck with your upcoming release. Wait, can I, Does anyone know if there is a way to create holes in application windows so that you can see what's behind the window, but you're still on the front window? Okay, does that make any sense? So, okay, on Mac, because in the van I'm just gonna have a Mac. I mean, right now it's a PC that I'm thinking about. Can you do just partial transparency? Here's what I want to do. I have my program that has my chat in it. And I want that program on the front, right? I want that the front application. But I would like to just cut a hole in the middle of chat so I could put my OBS behind it, so I can monitor OBS. You could probably set up with a hotkey or something. Or another thing I could do is I could just put chat on screen. But y'all can't. I could have 2 OBSs. That would solve it too. Should we check van prices? Let's see. Popular options. There's just one I need. One popular option. Oh, it's not even, none of those have it. Okay, let's increase our to an unlimited number of miles. Unlimited. Here we go. There's a 2020 Ford Transit. Okay, 2020, not a 2021, not a 2022. A used 2020 Transit, doesn't have many miles, 496 miles, for $69,000. A 22, I don't think it's possible to get a 2022 Transit for that much. Like, you could have every bell and whistle on the 22 Ford Transit and it would still be less. Oh. This guy recently know what they have, yeah. There's a disproportionate number of vans that are priced at $69,000. For some reason, that number is overrepresented. I don't know why, but that's not even the worst one. That's not even the worst one. Look, okay, 2020 Ford Transit, 8,000 miles. $76,000 for a 2-year-old van. 76,747. I feel like I should just buy a new van. Well, I'd have to, I'm going to wait 6 months or something, and then just sell it the next day and make $20,000 profit. It's Charles, if I saw a van on sale for $67,000, I would throw in the extra 2 G's. I'm sure with tax, it's around that, right? Okay, let's see the cheapest high roof fan. Okay, this is the lowest expensive used one that I can find in the entire country. That's a high roof fan. That's what I'm hoping to get. This is the cheapest one. It's a 2015, and it's been in an accident. It has 152,000 miles, and it's being sold for $28,000. Oh boy. He says this point might be cheaper to build your own van from parts. Yeah. Let's check out prices for the original vehicle. I was thinking the Transit Connect. It was going to be a 2010 to 2012. It was the magic years. They're a lot cheaper, but that's for 10 years older. Yeah, they're going for around 10 to 14,000. Hey, cool. Where he says kid doesn't make some a home built van with the one he was sitting in the Thankonomics show. Yeah. Rose, that doesn't sound too bad, but is everyone close by? No. Well, and those were minivans that I still, in principle, love the idea of it, but after I did that, all this stuff for filming the Thankonomics show, I just realized that trying to do it out of a small vehicle would be almost impossible. It'd just be so stressful. It's just, being a filmmaker by yourself is hard as it is, and then having to deal with just no space for anything, and so but I mean it's really bumming me out, but it seems like what might be the thing that makes sense is to get a new vehicle, which I never in my life thought I would buy a new vehicle. But the used prices are so absurd. That they're gonna crash eventually. But they're gonna probably crash before new vehicle prices crash. But I've been thinking about it the last week, and not everyone's like this, but for me, the way I start something is very important. I need to if I start something in a way that I feel good about and I feel relatively secure in, I have a lot of stamina for hardship. But if I start something feeling out of sorts, yeah. Because this show is sort of a model for that. And that I spent 5-6 months building this show before I did a single stream. And I got a studio, I got a big space to work in, and I can tell you with almost 100% certainty that if I had just started streaming right away, I would have not continued. And if I had tried to do it out of my house, I would not have continued. I would never even have done it. I would never have even considered doing it. I had to have that place to feel comfortable, and it's really hurt me for the next 5 years, right? Financially, it was devastating what I did, but it was the only way this show would never have happened otherwise. So I'm just trying to mentally prepare myself for a similar situation. And at least van payments go towards something that retains some value versus, the money I was paying for that studio is just lost money. Said Rose, I was going to do the show in my basement until I realized that my roommates would be very happy. Yeah. Because the thing is, remember, anyone on the outside, all they hear are the acoustic things. So they don't hear the drums, they don't hear any of the sounds. They'll hear me singing without any reverb, just screaming or something, or they'll hear me playing kazoo really loud with no music. And kazoo on its own, I mean, I don't know if I don't really think kazoo with music sounds very good, but kazoo on its own is even less accessible. But I'm very fortunate in my current situation that my housemates are okay with some noise. And I spent a bunch of money, increasing the soundproofing in this room, and which doesn't help that much, but it's a little bit. Thanks, Rosen. Thank you. Yeah, hoping the Thankonomics show turns things around. Seb Charles says, anyone living in your neighborhood thinks there are farm animals living in your house. Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I think having a comfortable space for the filmmaking is going to be really important, which is why I want the high roof. If it wasn't for the high roof, I'd have a lot more options, and it'd be more realistic to find. I'm still hoping to find used, but I think it would be insane to spend $28,000 on a used vehicle that's been in an accident that has 150,000 miles. I think that's the reality of what's out there right now. That's just insane. Staff says, you like having housemates, or do you think you like being on the road alone with the bot? I don't know, Staffy. I mean, I like living with people. I've lived with people virtually my entire life. There have been short stretches where I, was very short stretches where I wasn't. But I definitely like living with people. But I also, when I'm focused, I do really well. I've always spent a lot of time by myself from a very young age. I was the oldest child, and so, I spent the first X number of years of my life by myself, and then I started, I got, by the time I was 13, 14, I was really into music, and I was practicing a ton on my own, and then, so I do pretty well with long stretches by myself. I definitely would not want that to be permanent, though. So, but like I said in the Thankonomics video, I'm hoping that this is actually going to allow me to be more social than I've been. Because I'll just be out in the world, and I'll have a way to visit people that I know, and also from every indication I have, the van life, RV. I don't know as much about the RV world, but certainly the van life world, people seem really friendly, and everybody just sort of, you're sort of part of that. You're immediately a member. Everyone's people like to share their builds and just a very social kind of thing if you want it. So I'm sure I'll be in places where I'm interacting with other van lifers, befriending other van lifers, and but yeah, in the context of the show, yes, Tubi's is a character, but if anyone's concerned, when the camera's turned off, I hate to say it, but Tubi ceases to exist, okay? When the camera's turned off, Tubi is not real anymore. I don't talk to Tubi when the cameras are off. If there's a problem, it's 100% on me at that point. Oh, thanks, Beauty. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, I think most likely I'll be doing this for at least 3 years, if not 5, if not the rest of my life. I mean, it's very possible it might be most of the rest of my life. But I almost never do anything for less than a couple of years. That's an idea, a big project or something. I tend to really give something a chance. Hey, call me Kixie. Rumpel says everyone he's lying. About the Tubi. Rose, that idea I wanted to do, but hearing that kind of throws it out the window. About Tubi? Well, Tubi's real when the cameras are rolling. Tubi's real at that point. I just wanted to make it clear that I'm not having heart-to-hearts with Tubi, okay? Okay. Tubi is not consoling me when life is difficult. Right, Tubi? But when the cameras are on, Rosen, Rose, I won't want to spoil in chat, but we can tell you in Discord, okay. Oh, and you know what? This reminds me. If any of you who I wrote, well, anybody, so some of y'all know my account got banned on Discord. It was a week before our big show, and I tried to write messages, personal invitations to a whole bunch of people on our server, and I wrote too many, and I got banned. So I have a new account now. I mean, there was no indication I couldn't create a new account. They thought I was a spammer. And but anyway, especially if you're one of the people that I wrote to, I've been meaning to reach out to everybody again just to say, because some people might have replied to me and I didn't reply back and they don't know. But I don't want to get banned again because I try to reach out to everybody to explain what happened. So if you're one of those people, or if you're not, if you could friend me, at least so that we have a connection. So you initiate, our connection. I would appreciate that. Comic Geeks, they thought you were a bot. I mean, they just sent me a generic message saying, that I was, and then all my messages, like my messages in my Discord server, my own messages in my own Discord server were hidden, and it said, what did it say? this is a suspected spammer in my own server. But now it doesn't say that because they actually deleted my account. So my messages are back to normal, but it just says deleted user. This is going to haunt me the rest of my life. And I reached out multiple times to Discord. I just got an automated response. I never got a response from a human. Clearly I went over some limit. So there are consequences. I accept that, but I still think that if I had talked to a human, that I'm not the kind of person they were hoping to ban. Messaging people on my own server. But it really bummed me out. It shouldn't have bummed me out, but it dragged me down. I think I was trying to figure out why it bummed me out so much, because I think it just happened at a bad time. But I actually feel better now that the account has been deleted. I just hated the uncertainty, but now at least I can try to move on to the next step. We're gonna try to get the server moved to somebody else, and then eventually back to me. Comic cases maybe felt like being accused. Yeah, that was part of it. That was probably part of it. I don't really, my self-esteem is not rooted in whether people like what I do or don't like what I do. But I do try to live ethically, and so it's not a good feeling having your ethics questioned, which is that's what a ban is doing. It's questioning my ethics, and that doesn't feel good. And I think also another thing that felt really bad is that I'm sure there were a bunch of people that I messaged on our server that haven't been around much in a while, that I knew really well for a while, but they haven't been around as much, that they might have replied, and they think I just ignored them. That really bothers me too. That's why eventually I want to reach back to everybody that I can, because that's what's annoying, is that you can still message my old account, even though it's been deleted. And I guess for some people it still shows up my original username even, which I think is outrageous, because you can imagine, Shakespeare is ridiculous, but that's the kind of Shakespearean thing where somebody sends a really critical message that they assume, you just assume that if you send a message on Discord, it's going to get to the person, right? But then it doesn't, and a nuclear war starts. Rose, I think you can get back a deleted account. Yeah. I wrote some heartfelt messages. I really attempted. I took ownership. I took responsibility. I said, I acknowledged I wasn't trying to, but all I got was a bot responding. So I don't know what else I could do at this point. It was also, I hate promotion so much, right? I just don't do it. And then I finally try to promote something and I get banned from Discord. It's like I'm really never going to promote anything ever again in my life. I'm done with promotion. Mirror Visions, I would love to know how you stay so positive. I need to change something. Well, Mirror Vision, I struggle a lot. I think almost everybody's, but I'm lucky I have our community, and and y'all bring positivity out of me, but things can be really tough. I don't know what you're going through, and I hope that whatever it is, you're able to work through it. But I struggle a lot. It's very hard for me to stay positive. Very hard. Muty says, don't use Discord as an excuse. But, I just to think more about what you're saying, Mirror Vision, I think I've had some very, very long stretches of my life been in, what's called double depression for over a decade at one point. Double depression is where you have a low level depression all the time, and then you go through bouts of major depression. And I think one of the tools that made it easier for me to deal with that and to sort of is I think what depression wants to do is take whatever the bad thing is and make it your entire life, and prevent you from anything else that gives you a break from that depression or that struggle, right? And I think I'm a lot more skilled now at being able to let go of the misery and the unhappiness and the challenges of life that happen sometimes, and have a moment like we have right now where it's just I'm enjoying hanging out with y'all, or I'm in the moment with an improv. And that can be authentic, right? It can be authentic to have a really amazing moment when the rest of your life is falling apart, right? That I think sometimes when you're in a deep depression, it feels insincere almost. It's like you're doing an injustice to your depression if you even are happy for a second, because it's as if you're not acknowledging all the bad things. And I think that was a mistake for me that I would do sometimes, as opposed to saying, okay, yeah, sure, maybe this thing is not very good, but that doesn't mean I can't put it over at the corner and experience something else and be in that and give that. I can always go back to the depression, right? I've always got that there if I need it. But, that basically that idea that we don't have to be one thing, that we can be sad and we can have moments where we're happy. We can have moments of depression. We can have moments of optimism and energy and Rose's promotion still needed for the shows. Hey, Nevitz 48. Comic Kicks, he said our brains actually work against positivity. It takes work. I think I'm lucky in that my base self is optimistic. My fundamental self is optimistic. Even through, even the really difficult, extremely difficult, that my lost is more than a decade. It was like 15 years, lost 15 years in a way. I managed to keep my optimism despite that, and even with the extraordinary stress of trying to keep this show going, I still have, sometimes it's just barely there, but it makes it so much easier when I can access that. But yeah, especially when your mind is going to, is struggling. Can be hard to See the other side. Oh, thanks so much, I'm Brumpo. Wow, 10 gifted subs. Thanks so much. Thank you so much. That's really generous, you on your first show and everything. Thank you so much. Mirror Vision says, thanks for being so open. It means a lot. It makes a lot of sense. Double depression sounds like my life. I'm trying to find the positive and even the bad because I wouldn't enjoy the good moments nearly as much without that dark place coming around. Definitely beauty in everything if you look hard enough. I think, sometimes if you're feeling down, the instinct is I'm gonna consume art that reflects how I'm feeling. And sometimes that's the right thing to do, right? Sometimes we need catharsis, we need to just but I think sometimes it's really valuable to do the opposite of I'm really down and every part of me does not want to deal with happiness or joy or humor or anything, but that's sometimes the best time to watch that kind of stuff, to challenge what we're feeling, put ourselves in a different place. Hey, that's one of the benefits for me as an improviser with what y'all give me, because I come into every show and I have my life that's been happening, right? So I'm in a certain kind of mood when I arrive. And it's often a very myopic mood, right? It's very focused on whatever it was I was just dealing with before the show started. And now I could come into the show and try to force that mood onto whatever music we do. So if I'm in a bad mood, every single song is that kind of, it's which happens. I'm not saying, there's certainly songs maybe more frequently that where there's that kind of vibe, but I try to be as soon as the music starts, I want to let go of all of that. And I want to let the music tell me what it wants to do, what the sounds want to do. And if those sounds want to be happy and have a big, happy, cheerful song, I'm not gonna stop it. I'm gonna let it happen because that's what wants to happen. And I think that in life in general, I think that makes things a lot easier if we can live that way. Because life is really tough sometimes. Almost everybody in this world is going to deal with some pretty terrible things at some point in their life, and some people are dealing with terrible things all the time. But it's a lot easier to do that when you're able to let it go for a little bit and appreciate things that are just great. I mean, and it could be as little as it's nice to be able to breathe sometimes, or drink water, little things. The thing that makes depression so terrible is that it tries to take those things that they're totally innocuous and prevent us from enjoying things that are innocuous, that are not loaded at all. For most of us, there's nothing loaded about drinking a glass of juice or a glass of water, right? And if we can enjoy that and appreciate it, even if the rest of our life is falling apart, you can't take away that. You can't take away being able to close our eyes and imagine something, right? That's something, no matter what our circumstances are, we can always close our eyes and imagine something. And imagination works in different ways for different people, right? What we can imagine, people are going to have different capacities for what they imagine. But everyone can close their eyes and do something with their brain. Something. Hey, Sugar, happy birthday. He says, do you create better or less when you're caught up in emotions? Which emotions make you create better? I mean, I would say, well, emotion. I think, I think too often people look at emotion as a negative thing, right? Because a lot of emotions there's when we really experience emotion, they tend to be strong emotions, right? We tend not to notice the lesser, we tend to notice extremes, and a lot of times those extremes are negative things. But I would say in general, any emotion, anything that's feeling, right? So I think people experience depression in different ways, but I think for many people who experience depression is like almost a nothingness. It's like an absence of emotion, and so I would say an absence of emotion that makes it much more difficult to create the way I create, which is focused on expression and emotion, right? So it's any kind of emotion is helpful, I think, unless it's so strong that you can't even function. But so I don't think I could say one or the I couldn't say this. It's just different emotions. You're gonna do different stuff. You're gonna. I don't think I have a good coherent answer for you, but. And thanks, Front Boy. I just saw your message. Thank you. Rose says, being here to watch, make music, and chat with all the wonderful people has pulled me through some trying times, especially back in October 2020. Well, I'm sorry you had to go through whatever you did, Rosen, but I'm glad you made it through, and I hope that if you go through trying times again, hopefully we'll be able to help in the same way. But also, I hope that you'll remember that whatever happened in October 2020, you got through it, and I think that's the thing to remember. I think I'm sure there's some people who live a charmed life and everything goes exactly according to plan. But I think there are very, 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 very few people that happens to, because everything can work out the way you want it to, and then something happens. Somebody lives their dream. They get married they fall in love. They get married to the person they want to spend the rest of their life with. They both get great jobs and they have kids, and then one of them dies at 30 or something, right? At any moment, our lives could be totally derailed. But that's life, that's life. And I think I feel like I didn't set myself up here for what I was trying to say exactly, but a full life has all these things. A full life has pain and misery and loss and frustrations and it all those experiences give context to the things that we do enjoy, that do go well, that do work out. And it's a story. Our lives are stories in their own kind of way. And stories, one of the fundamental things that makes a story is conflict. Conflict. Which is great in a story, but in life is stressful and difficult. But I'm sort of rambling. I'm not sure exactly where I'm going with this. Let's Media says, the past month hasn't been easy on me, but I cherish all those life gonna bring you down moments because everything somehow tastes, looks, smells so much more vivid at that point. Making profound memories is so easy in that state. I don't want to waste it on being sad, so I find joy in things like your show. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Beauty. You know, I've talked about it before. I've made many mistakes in my life. I've things that I'm deep, I've done, there's been things that I feel very sorry that I've done, that I did. But I think it's a mistake to the concept of regret, right? This sort of thinking, oh, what if I hadn't done that? What if I hadn't done that? What if I'd done this instead? And to me, the problem with that is that it's a fantasy. We can't change what we did. If we did something that was a mistake, we need to live with that and hopefully learn from it and not do it again and live differently. And if it was a mistake that we think our life would be a better trajectory if we'd done something different, we don't know that, We don't know that. Life is so utterly complicated. Say somebody has this regret. I wish, if I hadn't, my senior year in high school, I totally screwed up and I was messing around and I failed and I had this scholarship and I lost the scholarship, so I never went to college and I never got to do all these things. And my life is such a failure because I didn't get to do these things. I've met someone like that who had that feeling. They were obsessed with this one event that prevented them from living the life they thought. The thing is, they have no idea if maybe that hadn't happened. They got to go to the college they wanted to go to, and on the first day at that college, they got hit by a bus. I think my problem with the idea of regretting something is that it's like pretending you can do surgery on your past and you can change just one thing. But every little thing that happens in our life has this ripple effect. Those really negative things that happened in our life, that not getting to go to the school they wanted to go to, meant they were in a different city, right? Where they met someone who they ended up marrying and they actually do love. And they're happy. They don't want to lose the person they're married to. They love that person. They just want to change this one little thing, but you can't do that. You change that one little thing, you get to go to the college you wanted to go to. You never meet this person. You never have those kids that you love. So, looking backwards, trying to perform open heart surgery on our past, I don't think it makes sense. I think it's worth saying, okay, I think that was a mistake, but then saying, well, how do I apply that to now? If that was a mistake, how am I going to look forward and use that information to change what I do going forward? I think that's useful. Doug says, you take the good, you take the bad, you take the both, and then you have the facts of life. Mirror Visions, I don't know about anyone else, but I used to stay inside almost all the time. Never enjoyed the outdoors, but in 2020 I started getting outside, hiking, kayaking, and for me, I've never been more at peace. I'm with you, Mirror Vision. I love being outside. I can't tell you how many times I'll be feeling really low and I'll just go for a walk and it just, sometimes it's only a little bit. But I think at very least, it's like I'm out doing something, I'm really glad to hear you're doing all that. That's awesome. I hear you, Rosen. Yeah. But you know, I too often I try to bring parallels between improv and life, which it doesn't always work. Not every parallel works. But you know, as I say, you know, I've said many times on the show how something goes wrong, or I'm not able to do what I intend to do, but it's much more interesting than what I had intended to do. Another thing I noticed tonight that I remembered is that I'll have an idea in my head for a line that it's in real time. I'm thinking in real time, and it's a steady stream of notes, right? It's gonna be like babadoo 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 babadoo, something like that, right? And I start playing it, and I can only do babadoo, and I sort of realize I'm not gonna make I can't make the rest, so I pause, and then I continue doing something else, and I realized that pause, there was, because I didn't have the technical skill to pull off what my brain wanted to do, was more interesting. It was more meaningful. That pause is real life, right? That pause is real life. We have something we want to do. We have this goal in mind. Something gets in our way. I think it can seem appealing. I mean, it certainly seems appealing to me sometimes, that if everything in life, if everything we wanted in life, we could just get it. Right? If everything just worked out. And I'm sure for a few people that would feel great. But I think for most people, at a certain point, life would feel like, is this it? Because as humans, I think we thrive when we're challenged. Now, there's different levels of challenge, right? I mean, there's some levels it's just impossible, right, to deal with. I mean, if you're starving or if you're being, you know, in a really dangerous situation, but challenge is not a negative thing. Some kinds of challenge, having to react, having to do something differently, there's really good challenge too. Oh, thanks, Mirvish. I don't know if I'll write a book anytime soon, Mirvision, but I think on the Thankonomics show I might do little things where I talk about. I mean, I'm definitely doing creative related stuff, but I might do little things about life every once in a while. But I don't consider myself. I always want to add a little footnote in that I don't consider myself to having any special knowledge or experience or wisdom or anything. It's very easy for me to talk passionately, but no matter how somebody speaks, you know, it's always worth challenging and questioning them, no matter what. So because, you know, the root of my philosophy ultimately is that it's like there isn't a right answer. There's so many different ways to accomplish things, and maybe it's just the way you relate life to improv is interesting and insightful. Yeah, I could see writing about that at some point. I started actually brainstorming something related to improv like 4 or 5 years ago. I wonder if I still have those notes. You know, but improv, it's what being human is. You know, nobody is born with a script that they can follow their entire life. Yes, there might be a roadmap and there might be certain expectations, but nobody has a script, because nobody can predict that you're going to the airport and the taxi driver says something you never would expect in your life for someone to say to you. And suddenly it just changes everything what that taxi driver says. Nobody could predict it. There's no script that can predict it. And at that moment, what do you say? You're improvising. Every one of us improvise every single day because something isn't quite the way it's supposed to be. And we might not even be aware that we're improvising, but we're doing something that we didn't plan, that is reacting to circumstances that are out of our control. And it might be a tiny thing, as small as, the dishwasher didn't work overnight. For some reason, it didn't turn on. And so you got no clean dishes. And so you have to make a decision. What do you do? Do you skip breakfast? Do you take one of the dishes out of the dishwasher and wash it? Do you get food on the way? And each of those decisions is going to have an infinite number of consequences, because it's going to change the amount of time you spend on breakfast. It's going to change where you're going to be. And there's that ripple effect. So you decide to skip breakfast. You're hungry. All morning you're hungry. It's hard for you to focus. So you decide you really deserve a big lunch. So you go to a place you've never been to before and you meet somebody, right? Or all because the dishwasher didn't work. Doug says, hang on a minute, check this script. What page are we on? Mirror Vision is not, we're programmed by aliens that we're in a simulation in alien ETC kid's basement. Just saying he needs to work on his coding. Doug says, had a moment like that this morning, forgot my phone password. Talk about stress. Oh. Yeah, I've said it before, I try not to worry about theoreticals, and I'm pretty good about not. I'm pretty good about not worrying too much about theoreticals. I have lots of other things I get stressed about and deal with, but Doug, I was thinking, man, I have a password manager, and I have two-factor authentication stuff, right? And that's the big fear, right? Is you lose your two-factor authentication. Then what? No. Rose says, what's even worse, the dishwasher does work, except the soap section doesn't pop open when it's supposed to. Unwanted double wash. This sound, that choir thing, I remember it no matter what note you play on the keyboard, it plays the same notes. It plays, I think I still remember A, C, E flat, because I don't have perfect pitch, so I can't just, I think it's A, C, E flat. Hey, that Madsen. Thanks so much for the raid. I need to change we're just hanging out. Oh. Excuse me. We're just hanging out. I'm actually, We're done with our music show. How was your stream? Were you doing a music stream today? What were you doing today? Mere Vicious, I'm the family's IT department. I barely know what I'm doing. Try to tell them Google is your friend, but it's easier to hand it to me. Currently waiting on Apple to get back to us. Oh, you have internet troubles? Yeah, that is the worst for a streamer, man. It is so stressful. It's so stressful. Yeah, I hope it's better for you next time, Madison. Yeah, it's the worst. You know, I had one of my weirdest experiences as a streamer. That Madison was it was maybe 3 years ago, and Twitch chat stopped working. Not just for me, but just across Twitch, chat stopped working. And now when I started out and I had no viewers, so I had nobody in chat. But once you get used to having people in chat, and then suddenly there's nobody in chat, but you know they're there, it's as if it felt, I don't know, Madison, any people who are streaming, I don't know if you agree with this, but I went through some sort of transition over the course of being a streamer where now I don't feel like I'm alone in this room. I feel like I am with y'all. So when chat stopped working, it seemed like suddenly I was in an empty room. I'm always in an empty room, right? During when I'm doing the show, it's always empty. It's like, what? Where did everybody go? Let's see. Rose says, round back to things I've drawn in a while. What I have in mind for some things is a bit ambitious, but your determination is inspiration to keep going. Oh, thanks, Rosen. I think, Rosen, I think being ambitious is good. I think it's good as long as you don't use it as this thing to judge yourself by and say, I think we should celebrate our own ambition and not punish ourselves for being too ambitious and say, oh, you didn't do what you said you were going to do. As long as we try, we're getting somewhere. We're building something. And we might not build the building we intended to build, right? Maybe we never finished the building, but we got something out of attempting to build that building. And if we focus on, we can choose to focus on the fact we didn't finish building the building, which is going to make it much harder when we try to build another building. Or we can focus on, wow, we were motivated enough to try to build a building. And we made some progress. So that when you try to do the next thing, whether it's a building or fly a kite, whatever it is focusing on what we did get out of it. Maybe it's just an empty room with a camera on you. Sounds like a nightmare to me. I'm an introvert. I'm a straight up introvert, and we talk about this recently. I think a lot of streamers are probably introverts, which might seem counterintuitive, but it's still, there's a very big difference between streaming and having people in chat and being at a party. There have been a few times in my life where I've been like, yeah, I'm here. I'm at the party, but in general, I'm not meant for that kind of thing at all. Like a dinner party with a bunch of people I don't know. Oh man. No. I'm so much more comfortable one-on-one, Doug says the building is never finished. Yeah, I mean, if you're a very ambitious person, the building is never finished, and that can be okay. Like for me personally, I don't get this sense of, I don't know if I'm trying to think if I've ever felt like, ta-da, that's just not how my brain works. It's, as soon as I finish something, I'm like, okay, what's next? And usually it's not finished, right? It's just, I'm just done working on it. It's not that it's finished. I mean, I just don't want to work anymore. It's time to do something else. Enchanter Mom says, huge difference. I'm an introvert, but I can come and hang in a Twitch chat, even my social battery's running low. My theory is that why that might be, both from a streamer point of view and from a chatter point of view, is that it's if you need to leave, it's easy to leave, right? Whereas a social situation, it's a little more complicated. If you're suddenly not in the mood to be there anymore, it's, I mean, some people have no problem in the middle of dinner being like, I'm out of here. But for most of us, we're gonna be polite, and at least finish dinner, at least make it to dessert. But that can be exhausting, right? But chat, if you have to go IRL, I mean, what is it, AFK? If you need to go AFK, you got to go AFK. I mean, as a streamer, there is expectation, right? I have a schedule, and I need to, and it's, there are days that I feel exhausted, and given perfect freedom, if I could just snap my fingers, I might not do a show sometimes. But the cool thing is that often when I feel like that, I start the show and I end up having a great time, right? Whereas I would have just been a little whiny little baby otherwise by myself. As it sometimes feels like this is a weird comparison, but when you're in the hospital, people going to visit you, everyone focusing on letting you guide the conversation. Kamiki says, OMG, it's so hard for me to exit social situations. Yeah. I feel I'm pretty good at saying no, because I know, well, one, I feel a lot of responsibility when I say yes to something. Some people can say yes and, whatever. It might be a yes, it might be a maybe, it might be a no. But usually when I say yes, I mean, almost always, if I say yes, I mean yes. And I want to try to live up to that yes, which is a lot of pressure. So I've gotten pretty good in my life at being able to say no. Yeah, no, I can't do that. I'm sorry. I can't. And Mia Fish says, oh God, now I've got to be afraid of going to the hospital. Muty says, you can't even pick your nose. I mean, you can, but it will be clipped and be immortalized. Even when the cockroaches are dead and humanity is dead, your clip of you picking your nose will still be living on a drive somewhere on our planet, and some alien archaeological expedition is going to come to the planet, and that's going to be the first thing they find is this video, which they managed to decipher with their alien technology, of you, a human, picking your nose. And they have all these theories. Why do humans pick their nose? Is it some sort of religious ceremony? Are they feeding themselves? Are they stuffing food up there? Why did they do it? Mirror Vision second message with, I can't even die in peace. I've got to put on a show from my hospital bed. I got to sing Putting on the Ritz. Yeah, that's the thing for all of us to take into mind, right? Is that when someone's in the hospital, they're often very tired, and some people really value that company, but some people it's gonna feel like they're having to entertain you, and they're exhausted. So it can be a challenge to figure that out, and it can be a challenge to ask somebody, and but it's definitely something worth considering. Rose, I can vouch being in hospital is tiring, yeah. Let's see. Oh, don't forget we got a new feature on Saturday. I think it's most significant for me personally, but things that are good for me ultimately will be good for everybody, because I am always happier when I have new things and new ways of doing stuff. So it's gonna be, yeah. And I think some of you will very much appreciate it. Some of you probably won't mean much, but. New feature on Saturday. It was a bunch of coding. Script isn't that long. How long is it? It's probably about, between all the different things involved, it's probably about 300 or 400 lines of code. Which, just for, when someone says 300 lines of code, that's not the same thing as writing a 300 line story, because a line of code sometimes it might be just a word, or it might be just a curly brace or something. With what I'm writing in, that's not an issue, but the shortest line of code in what I do is the word if. Well, end if, or loop. That is loop. That's just one word, and it's on a single line. So So it's not that much coding. Some of the lines are very long, but that's partly because I tend to use very descriptive variables. Because I'm not worried about super optimization. I would much rather have, since I generally don't do a lot of notation, commenting, I like to have my variables be very understandable. No, it's much worse than C#, I am Brumpo. You're going to laugh. No, I use a lot of different things on the show, but the main engine of the show is FileMaker Server. But I do stuff in SQL and PHP and JavaScript, HTML. HTML is not really coding, but Max. A lot of the music stuff's designed in Max, MAX, which is a visual coding language, but you can incorporate JavaScript and SQL into it. Maybe I need to get back into coding so I can be introvert better and make money. Yeah, coding is a pretty good profession for an introvert. Mirrorvision, I'm afraid of going to the hospital. Well, Mirrorvision, you just have to be assertive. Mirrorvision, all you have to do is close your eyes. Say, oh, I'm feeling tired. And then just fake like you're asleep. They'll get bored. Or they'll just sit quietly, hopefully. And if they're trying to wake you up when you're closing your eyes and you're in a hospital, then they probably don't have your best interests at heart, and you probably should ask them to leave. If they think it's more important for you to stay up. I'm Brumpus. I'm starting college again at 37, learn some computer. Not happy about it. Well, I think I'm not sure why you're not happy, Brumpo, but what I would say is a lot of people by 37 never going to do something new again in their life. They're going to do whatever they're doing, and that's going to be it till they die. So I know it's scary to start something new, but you're also getting to do something new. But I don't know anything about your situation, so that might be totally off base what I'm saying. But it's tiring, it's tiring. I get it. I really like doing new stuff, but when it's it's like the Tommy Nomadic, this new thing I'm gonna do. It's I would really like to be able to coast a bit. It'd be nice to be able to coast, and I'm excited about Tommy Nomadic, but it's also gonna be me trying to do this gigantic thing again without having a chance to coast in between. So there's part of me that's just, when can I coast? Even for 6 months? Can I coast for a month? But would I rather not be able to coast versus coast the rest of my life? Oh, I would be so unhappy if all I was doing was coasting the rest of my life. So I'm gonna have to just deal with it. You have to deal with not coasting for a while. Hey, Tubi, it's really irrelevant what you're talking about at this point in chat. We're now in just chat. I think I changed this, right? We're in just chatting. I think I changed. I did. So, Tubi, it really doesn't matter that 44%. Did you hear me, Tubi?
Make my day.
Thank you, Tubi. Rose says, when it comes to a new episode, will you at chat view it and see if we can find things you might have missed? Yeah, quite possibly. What I'll probably do, I know I've been talking too long when that appears. It means the camera has stopped recording because it's run out of space. My goal, I don't know if I'm able to do this, but my goal is to always have, whenever I release an episode on YouTube, I already know what the second, either I've already finished the next episode or I at least know exactly what's going to be on it. The reason for that is I want to be able to end every episode and promote what's in the next episode, so that once that episode is actually there, it's on screen and people can immediately click on it. So it creates this momentum. It won't work for, someone who's watching the episode the day it's released, but just try. I want to make it so that somebody can start an episode and then that YouTube just keeps having them watch the next episode, But anyway, so that would be possible, Rose. And the other thing I was thinking is I'll probably, I need to put food on the van table. So Tommy Nomadic will probably have a Patreon page, and I'll I might do something where sort of Twitch subs and Patreon. I still don't know how to say it. Patreon members, maybe they can see the episode, a few days before it goes live on YouTube or something. So there'd be time to give me feedback if there's some egregious mistake, like I misspell my own name, or there's something inappropriate that accidentally ends up on camera that I didn't realize, like a robot streaking naked across a cornfield. A big blue robot named Tubi streaking. Rose, yeah, I like the spinning car, yeah. Yeah, I still need to fix that. Interwebs is not a mistake. It's going to stay in. That is not a mistake. That was 100% intentional. I'm not going to change it, even though now I know people are going to think it's going to be a mistake. I'm not going to change it. If I am stressing about the fact that I combined the word home and bass into one word when it should be two words, you think I would let interwebs fly if it was a mistake? No, it's not a mistake. Rose is also the stop sign spice, though I know if that part is Joseph would throw out the timing with the music off. What was the issue with that, Rosen? I didn't know there was a problem with that. Did I miss something? What's the issue with that? Well, let's watch it. Let's see. We'll watch it. See if we can find the issue. Oh yeah, that was intentional, Rosen. Yeah, I wanted it to be really fast. I wanted to almost overlap. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Money Magic. Well, so that's part of my new show called the Tommy Nomadic Show, which is going to be a travel show meets variety show. So you saw me scrubbing through it. It's a 20-minute episode, the first episode. The subsequent episodes will not be as long, as that's going to be impossible to do on a weekly basis. But yeah, there's sketches, there's silly stuff like that. There's going to be me talking about creativity. I do storytelling, and then just me on my travels. But the first episode is finished. But I'm actually waiting to post it until I'm ready to start doing them episodes regularly, which unfortunately is going to be well, it's all based on the van. My original plan was I was going to buy the van in January or February and start the build, but that is looking almost 0% at this point, unfortunately. Because trying to get used vehicles is extremely difficult right now. So but I'm still hoping to. So it's getting less likely I'm gonna hit the road by the spring, and more likely that it won't be till the summer. I hope things will change. I still would like. I would love to go tomorrow, but well, I wouldn't. There's no way I could go tomorrow. There's so much that has to be done. But yeah, but that's my main focus of my time once I am in the van is going to be doing the Tommy Nomadic show. I'm going to continue this show, but I'm not going to have the time to be doing anything extra for this show, like new features. Hey, Lost Elf. It's good to see ya. And hopefully I'll get to visit Lost Elf again. Visit the Bay Area. Money Majesty, will you stream the van? Yes. Yeah, this show will continue. And I most likely will be doing just as many shows as I do now. But yeah, I'll be streaming from the van, and I want to do outdoor shows also. Yeah. Oh, is there a Discord beep? Oh yeah, let me close that. I swear I've turned off my notifications, but I still keep getting them. Hey, Tice Betrayer. But yeah, it's hard not to feel a little down about things potentially being delayed a little. But like since this is probably what I'm doing for at least 3 to 5 years, it's better to do it right than to rush it. Nothing Suspect says, which toe is worse to get stubbed? I feel like Nothing Suspect, if you stub any of them, you're not thinking, well, I'm glad I stubbed this one and not the other one. You're just thinking that really hurts. So I think any of them is going to hurt, right? But yeah, I think any of them hurt. Rose, I still need to contact you on Discord about what I'm thinking of, but I will say I'm unsure what you will think. Well, I don't know what I'll think either, but what I remember, I don't know if you've heard me say this, Rosen, but about titles, I like to say titles are just a beginning. Chat submits all these titles, and I'm only going to pick a few to put on the board, but just because I don't pick a title on the board doesn't mean that's the end of the story of that title. Other people in chat saw that title, or maybe the person who came up with that title it's gonna inspire them to do something else. So even if I have no idea what it is, I might say, yeah, let's do it, or I might say I've got too much going on, depending on what it is, or I might say that doesn't resonate with me. But that doesn't change that there was value for you in the process of coming up with an idea, and that even if it doesn't connect with what I can do or what I want to do right now, that idea still has value no matter what. The process of coming up with an idea, even if we don't see it to its ends, it's going to affect other ideas, affect other possibilities, open up new doors. So Tice is old school. You know what's funny, Tice, the Betrayer, sub since March 6, 2017. I didn't I didn't start putting shows up on YouTube until June of 2017. And then a couple years ago, I started going backwards and getting the old shows. So just the last couple days, I've been working on the shows from March of 2017. I'm not up to March 6th yet. I work backwards. And I was doing March 15th, March 17th and 15th, I think, today. So pretty soon, I'll have March 6th up on YouTube, and you can check it out. And I'll release the album on Bandcamp too. Ty says I'm an OG. I don't know how would you define OG? Probably different people define OG different ways. But I've been on Twitch for 5 years, so probably anybody who was here the first year is pretty OG. Hey, homomorphic to a dog, 34 months sub. Thank you. Meaty says, once you're on the road, every day will be a new feature. Yep. Sounds good, Rosen. I might not see it till tomorrow or so, because I'll probably be going to bed right afterwards. But I'll make a note. I'll make a note to check. I sometimes go a day or two without looking at Discord. He says, did kids sing? Midgie. Did kid have mics on instruments? G. Yeah. Did kid have hanging light bulbs? Did kid play instrument? I'm talking third person. Yeah, I did the first month or so. I didn't play. I think I only did keyboard. First couple months, if I recall. Yeah, Rosen was fall. You were fall of 2000. You were October of 2016, right? Rosen, you were discovered within first 2 or 3 weeks of the show, I think. Your follow should be in the system, Rose. There's some bugs with Tubi on follows, but yeah, Rosen, you're definitely way before that. Did you change your username? No, you didn't change your username. Yeah, I'm checking, and your first message was November 10th, 2016. November 10th, 2016. Lost Elf was back in December of 2016. Skyberg, you remember the hanging bulbs? I still have all those hanging bulbs. I keep meaning to put one up, and then I just don't. I should have one in the van. Anoman's April 2017. Y'all are watching me turn gray. Look at that. I had no gray hairs when I started this show. And there's, well, no, I guess, yeah, I'm starting to have some gray hairs up here, but I had no gray bristle. Bristle? Is that it? Yeah, homeomorphic to a dog. There's a because you change your username, Tubi's confused. You don't need to follow again, or you'll lose your follow. Don't follow again, you'll lose your follow history. But eventually, I'll get it fixed. Doug says this song is Where Are the Words, but it's not on the. Oh, Doug, I just haven't. I just haven't made it public on YouTube yet. Yeah. But I'm surprised. This is recent because it has guitar. It's the only reason I recognize, like, what? There's a guitar on it? Yeah, what happens is I create the files that are on the computer, and radio just checks to see if the file exists. It finds a song and says, do we have the video for this? But on YouTube, I upload everything, and then I do an entire show all at once. Is that thunder? What was that? I'm running out of space with all the videos. I had an 8 terabyte drive, and I'm out of space with just the YouTube videos. So I was like, I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a 4 terabyte drive and split it up, but it's just a hassle because I think I'm just going to have to tell radio not to use stuff before a certain date, because until I have another dock or something. Enchanter Mom says a lot of videos. Yeah, it's something like there's probably about 4,000 tracks from this show, 4,000 songs, and most of the songs are 10 to 15 minutes long. Rose, I thought radio pulled from YouTube. No. The reason I didn't do YouTube is, which I don't want ads to play. Because the problem is some songs are illegitimately monetized by somebody else, fraudulently, but it's not worth the risk of trying to. So, meaning there's a chance of ads playing. Now, I could probably pay for YouTube, but is there a way to pay for no ads on YouTube? But an ad blocker won't work. I don't think OBS has an ad blocker, right? So I can't use that either. YouTube how much is YouTube Premium? How much is that? So I probably won't, because YouTube Premium, I'm sure it's at least $5 or $10, which is, we're talking $100 a year or $120. And I have to recode all of radio, because I coded radio to work with local stuff, and I don't have time to do that. So we're stuck with this version of radio for the indefinite future. $12 a month? Okay, so even more than I thought. So yeah. I would have, YouTube would have been a better solution, Rosen, but it just wasn't. It wasn't practical at the time for those reasons. But in principle, it's a better solution. Jacob, he says, "What's behind me?" I'm not sure if you're being serious or you mean the axe murderer that's just hovering, waiting for that moment to separate me from my life, or if you mean the instruments. Was that a serious question or a meme question? Let me know if it's a serious question. If it's a serious question, I'll answer it. If it's a meme question, I already answered the meme question. Now it's in front of me? Okay, yeah, we are talking about the axe murderer then. Yeah, it's an axe murderer. That's what's in front of me. Yeah. An axe murderer named Wally. It's hard to be too afraid of an axe murderer named Wally. You know, I mean, it's just an adorable name. I feel like I'm going to feel whimsical as my head is separated from my body because it's being separated by an axe murderer named Wally. And that's so funny that I'm being killed by a Wally, you know? Does you get hosted storage, just keep a local backup, but also have those videos stored on a web server in the cloud. But that's also that's even more expensive, isn't it, Doug? That's more expensive than YouTube would be, I think. Oh, well, no, not if I put it on Amazon. Yeah, not if I put it on Amazon. I was thinking about Google Drive. Google Drive is expensive. Because Google Drive, I paid, I don't know, $10 a month for 2 gigabytes or something. Well, so Doug, what would be the storage cost for? I mean, it's once I get these other 100 shows up. I mean, it's probably going to be 10 gigabytes, and it's, you know, every year it goes up by. It's going to go up by a gigabyte. I mean, a terabyte. So how much is 10 terabytes? The pull cost will be almost nothing because it's only, you know, it's only radio that's going to be pulling it. So it's just that initial storage cost that's going to be a problem. Tyson's thoughts on Spotify? I'm not opposed to Spotify, Tice. Bandcamp is actually I mean, I don't make a lot from Bandcamp, but it's enough. I often make more money from Bandcamp than I do from Twitch. Maybe not often, but I make more from Bandcamp subs than I do from Twitch subs. Many months. So, that's sort of my hesitation. And I did the math on Spotify, and it was hard for me to find any way that I would make as much money from Spotify. And I'm sorry that I even consider money. I hate that I have to, but I've been hanging on with it by a thread all these years. So it's any change financially is a huge gamble. Dual says with YouTube Premium you can add archive videos to a playlist and just play the audio via the YouTube Music app. Yeah, Tice, everything is up on Bandcamp, and it's actually, everything on Bandcamp is free to listen to at least a few times, right? I don't even know how it works. But, you know, unless you want to listen to a song, I don't know, 10 times or something, does anyone know how many times you can listen? I'm speaking as if I really don't know. But on Bandcamp I have subs, and, you know, I mean, there's a lot of things I would do very, very differently if I wasn't in the financial situation I'm in. I mean, I would not charge for albums. The unlock system would be 100% to charity. I was saying Enchanter Mom. It's Enchanter Mon. Sorry. Sorry, I was missaying that. Enchanter Mon. Big difference. Enchanter Mom. Sorry about that. I'll get it right now. Enchanter Mon. Skyward said I could only imagine how much extra work would be to upload to Spotify. I'm sure there's a way I could automate it. You know, I automate almost everything I possibly can. So I'm sure there's a way to do it. But, you know, Spotify pays so very little per stream. Like, for example, if I don't remember that, if ETC Kid Radio got to the point where it had, I don't know, 100, I mean, it averages 1 right now, less than 1. So, but if ETC Radio were to get to the point where it was averaging 100 viewers or something, at that point, Spotify might be worth it. But at the current rate, it's definitely not worth it. Okay, I should start winding down, right? I did the post-show stuff. I did good, okay. So we can just do our raid. Good night, Lost Elf. Guys says it's all good, didn't want to make you lose any revenue, which makes me wish the universal basic income was a thing. But Tice, check out Bandcamp, because you can listen to that for free, and you can listen to everything's up on YouTube too. So there's 2 free places to listen, and there's ETC Kid Radio, which is 24/7. Oh, thanks, I'm the Brumpo. Thank you. Yeah, awesome to have you here. Skyberg says, although these sit-downs is a podcast. I think if I were going to do a podcast, I'd probably need a guest in order to keep it fresh, you know. I mean, I think chat keeps it fresh, but I think visually having another person on screen makes it. Well, I guess people listen to podcasts too, right? One of my many ideas that I probably won't ever do, but I have thought about some for when I'm in the van is doing sort of podcasts with just random people I meet. I mean, most podcasts tend to be with somebody that is known or has, they're famous or they have some specific skill but I really think everybody has interesting things to say. I probably will disagree with many of the things, but everybody has story, everybody has a life, and I think that'd be a really great challenge to learn how to be a conduit. Is that the right word I want? To sort of make somebody feel comfortable enough to that'd be very difficult. It'd be a challenge for me. I don't think I'm a natural interviewer, but it would be a good challenge. Yeah, main character, we're winding down. But I'm glad you dropped in just now. You can hang out with us on Saturday. The main thing I do is a music show. But we were just hanging out at the end. You joined for the music show? It's awesome, main character. Oh, you saw the front page? Oh, cool. Yeah, it's not going to be the right song, Rosen, because it's radio. But Rosen, if you go over to radio, you can find out what it is. Assuming Tubi's not off on radio. I haven't reset radio in a while, and it tends to get a little out of sync, the video and the information, but it might tell you on radio right now. Yeah, Saturday we're doing our remake show. Let's see. Brumpy's found me on music, sorted by viewers, skipping all the cover stuff. Easy peasy, there you were. Yeah, there's not that many of us who do improv and do original music exclusively. A lot of the cover artists have original music that's awesome that they'll do, but it's definitely the exception, not the rule. Have I rated this guy before? He's doing loops. Oh, let's rate him again. Alright, wait, is there anyone else I haven't rated before? Yeah, let's rate him. I can't remember, it's been a while, I think. Be refresh what he's all about. Thanks, call me Kixie. Okay. Wow, I'm tired. Oh, you know what? I'm actually not gonna rate. I'm gonna rate a DJ because I can't hang out. I need to go to bed. And the thing about rating music streamers is there's a whole, we're all friendly and support each other and so there's chatting, but DJs, they're working. They don't have time to chat with the rater. They gotta spin their track. It's one of the advantages of rating DJs when you gotta go. And I gotta go to bed. Let's do this. Thursday night classic show. I mean, I still talk to the DJ for a moment, but Thursday night classic slow jams. That sounds good. Let's do that. Thanks, Rosen. Thanks, Enchantremont. Okay, there we go. There we go. Thanks so much, everybody. Have a wonderful... How do I turn the radio off? That's going to just be abrupt. It didn't stop, did it? Oh, maybe it's not radio. I don't know what's playing. Anyway, thanks, everybody. Have a wonderful whatever comes next. I'll see you soon. Take care.